Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. This is Lua Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are asking Spirit, who is thinking about you and what are they thinking about? So this does not have to be about a romantic interest. This can be about literally anyone. I am leaving the floor open to allow Spirit to have anyone who wants to come through. Apologies if my voice is echoey or the video is a little bit off or different. I am moving right now and I'm kind of in a weird setup, so bear with me while we're getting through that. Hopefully things should be back to normal soon. But we have 4 piles for you guys to choose from today. Starting with pile 1, we have the Lua Tarot as well as this Fluorite Tower. And then moving over to pile 2, we have the Penelope's Tarot or just Penelope's Tarot and this Angelite Heart. And then for pile 3, we have this Shark's Tooth. Don't ask me what kind of shark it's from, I just know it's from a shark. And the 8th House Tarot. And finally, for pile 4, we have the Wildwood Tarot and this piece of rainbow clear quartz. So there will be an extended today, but the extended is going to be a completely different reading from this one here. So based on whatever pile you picked, like say for example, a parent or a friend comes through, the extended is going to be 18 plus. So we're kind of wiping the slate clean in the extended and we're going to see who has dirty thoughts about you. So this could be multiple people. We're going to use like dice and shit. It's going to be really fun. I'm really excited for the extended, but just know like if a friend or a family member comes through here, we will not be channeling their energy in the extended, okay? No freaky shit. We'll leave that to Pornhub. Okay, anyway. Once you have picked your pile, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section down below where I will have all the timestamps listed for each pile. If you are drawn to more than one pile, it is absolutely okay to pick more than one. We are going to be looking at the overall energy of the person thinking about you in the beginning of each reading. So if you pick a reading and you're like, I literally have no idea who this is, then I would say it's probably not your reading and I would pick a different one until you find someone that sounds like somebody you know. But if you find that you can't find anybody in here, then there may just not be messages for you. So once you picked your pile, like I said, go ahead and find your timestamps, and then I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. If you guys chose the Lua Tarot and this, I keep wanting to call it citrine, but it's fluorite. So I don't know if I actually call that citrine, it's fluorite. This is going to be your reading on who is thinking about you. So we're going to use the tarot cards to give us the message of what this person is thinking about. But first we have to see who is thinking about you. So to start with their overall energy, they are being represented by the mentor. And then how you know them is being represented by part of fortune, increase. And then these 3 cards are going to represent how they act towards you. So for this, we have the snake, we have rest and rejuvenate, and we have I forgive myself for feeling as though the only path available to me is one that has been paved by those before me. I choose to believe that when I take the risk to pursue what feels possible in my heart, I expand the realm of possibility for the collective. And then their true energy towards you, their truth, is being represented by the hummingbird, completion, and attachment. Okay, so I'm actually getting a couple of different scenarios here. For some of you, this person is not on the physical plane anymore. For some of you, this is definitely like a parent or somebody who's like a parent to you. One thing I will say is that you definitely have a connection to this person through something you both enjoy, whether that's like a hobby or you both have like an inherited skill, like maybe you're both really naturally good singers, or you just have a knack for repairing air conditioners or something. This person definitely seems like they're a part of your soul family. And the first thing I want to say is that if you lost this person recently, They are part of your spiritual team now, and they're helping guide you. One thing that I just see here right away is that, like, even though they may have completed their time here on the physical plane, that doesn't mean that their mission with you is over. And in fact, they're very much still attached to your energy. However, for some of you, I definitely feel like this is a parent or somebody who isn't a biological parent, but somebody that you've bonded with because of, once again, having either like a similar skill, something that they are mentoring you in. So this doesn't have to be like a biological family connection. No matter what, this does seem like a more mature energy coming through that is very nurturing towards you and has a lot of love for you. So with this part of Fortune card, one thing that I got for some reason with this 45 is that this person could be connected to World War II in some way. World War II ended in 1945, so they may have been like a veteran or something of that nature for some of you. But for others, I definitely feel like whoever this is, they, one, recognize that being in your life, like having the opportunity to be a mentor to you or to guide you in whatever way, is an honor for them. And I think for some of you, you may wonder, because for some of you, this person is very much alive. Like, they are very much alive. And I would say in that case, it's probably like a legit mentor of some kind or a parent. And for the group that is, I want to talk about them first, and then we'll get into if this person has already passed on. So if this is somebody who is currently physically alive, I feel like you and this person have, not all of you, for some of you, you and this person have had difficulties kind of understanding one another. And I don't think that this is something that's intentional, but it definitely seems like both of you are wanting to be heard, but neither of you are willing to listen to what the other person is trying to say. I would say that if this is the case, it is very likely that this is probably a parent type scenario or a family member that you're very close to, but also because you're close to them, you may not always see eye to eye sometimes. Because for some of you, I get this vibe like this is a parent who, maybe you're growing up, you're getting older, and they're so proud of you. They love you so much, and they just want to see you succeed and do your best. But they definitely have regrets about how they went about their life. And one vibe that I'm getting is that they may give you advice or push you to do certain things because they have this kind of unresolved wound in themselves, or this unresolved issue where instead of doing what they truly wanted, it seems like they followed either what their family wanted to do or what society was expecting of them. This person definitely seems to be somebody who never got to fulfill their full potential, either while they were alive for some of you or currently. And they recognize that they will not be able to. For some of you, it's like this person recognizes that they're not able to go back in time and change their decisions. And so they may be extra protective over the decisions that you make because they want you to make the best decisions for yourself. They want you to be, they want you to be happy, essentially, and they want you to follow your own path. And I think one thing that they recognize is that there's a lot of untapped potential within you. And I think one thing that's maybe kind of heartbreaking for them, and this goes for whatever scenario this is, whether it's a parent or a mentor, because for some of you, there's no difficulties. Like if this is a physical mentor on the physical plane that's not biologically connected to you, I definitely think that their energy, the way it's coming through is like, maybe you haven't talked to them in a hot second, and that's just because you both are just dealing with life, and life is just crazy, and maybe this person is resting right now. But this person totally sees you, no matter what your connection is to them, they totally see you as somebody who is capable of so much and of achieving so much. And that's obviously something that's very stressful to hear. Because naturally we all put pressure on ourselves. And I think that one thing that this person or spirit is acknowledging is that they're not saying that they need you to achieve great things or to be perfect, but that they sure as hell want to see you at least try, because they know you have a lot of potential and a lot of either skill or talent or the ability to go really far in something. And for a lot of you, I feel like this is something that maybe this person would have pursued if they could go back and do it over again. And so it's very meaningful that either you're following this path, or they hope you'll follow the path that is closest to your heart, because they want that for you. Like, even if you don't have a shared skill or talent together, I definitely think that this person either recognized how talented you were while they were alive, or they're still alive and they recognize how talented you are now, or how much value you would bring to whatever environment you're considering exploring, or whatever avenue you're considering going down. And for some of you, I feel like I need to say right off the bat, if you're having a difficult time with this person, especially if they're your parent or something, know that you could not say anything to make them hate you forever. You two might be taking some time apart just to kind of cool down. There could have been like a heated discussion between the two of you, but I feel like this person, even if this person isn't biologically related to you, and they are some type of mentor figure, and you did get into some type of squabble, I feel like that's what I would call it, like a squabble, they do not want that to impact the relationship that you two have. And in fact, one thing they want you to know is that their attachment to you is not superficial. They feel some type of soul bond, soul attachment to you in some way, and they feel it is part of their mission and their journey to guide you. So no matter what type of person or spirit this is, their purpose and their role in your life as a part of your soul group is to help you grow and evolve. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that if this person has already passed on, it may be difficult sometimes for you to feel their presence or know that they're there. I feel like this person comes through in very subtle ways, but part of the reason they're so subtle is because they want you to be more present. Part of why you maybe feel disconnected from this person or from this guide, if it's a guide or a spirit, I think it's because maybe you get stuck in your head or you ruminate a lot. So this guide, if they are a guide, I definitely think that they like to send you positive messages or just good energy when they can. So if you ever get like a burst of good energy or just feel loved for no reason, like you're just sitting at your desk or something, and then all of a sudden you just feel like super loved and you don't know why, I definitely feel like it's this guide coming through. I definitely think for some of you, this person is the type of person to text you little things throughout the day to say like, hey, I hope you're doing well, or I hope that everything's okay. I feel like one thing this person wants you to know is that you can tell them anything, and they want you to feel like you can tell them anything. I feel like this person wants you to know that even if they can't necessarily be there all the time, they want you to know that you can always come to them when you need something. There's a very specific message here, and it's for the people who have left the house recently. And this, oh my gosh, this is gonna make me cry. So for some of you, this is definitely a parent who's really sad about you leaving the nest, which is interesting because we have all of these birds here. And as your parent, if they are your parent, or your guardian, because they may not be your biological parent, but this is like an energy of like they raised you. They know that they have to let you go your own way and do your own thing. But I think one thing that they want you to know just right off the bat is that you cannot mess anything up with them, with their relationship with you. They love you so much, and it's really hard for them to see you grow up and to see you be independent. They wish you could stay little forever. Oh, I'm crying. I'm sorry, guys. This is just really sad. Like, I feel for whoever's coming through here. So, you know, if you've been feeling a little bit, if that message applies to you, I would definitely send this person a message, or if they've already passed on, you know, just tell them out loud, just what you would say to them, because I think that you're so valuable to them, and they would never, ever, ever want you to feel like you couldn't come to them, or feel like they're not proud of your success, or they're not proud of what you're doing. I definitely think that if this is like a parent situation for some of you, this person is definitely mourning the fact that you're not little anymore. I feel like they wish that you could stay little forever, and that that things didn't have to change. And I think one thing they want to say is sorry if they baby you sometimes, or treat you like you're not an adult, or treat you like you're not capable of doing things yourself. It's just because they're really attached to that little version of you, and they're attached to the past, and in a way it's just really scary for them to feel like they're not needed anymore, or feel like they can't be of value to you. And so I think one thing that you need to know is that even if this is like your parent or something like that, they're still human, and they definitely have fears of their child not needing them anymore, or of them being abandoned or something like that. But yeah, this is definitely somebody who cares a whole lot about you. And I think that if this is a guide, their presence is going to get stronger and stronger. If this is a parent, I definitely think that they're working, for some of you, if this is like a parent or a guardian, they're really working through their own healing stuff right now. Like, they're working on healing their own stuff right now, because I think for some of you, there's an acknowledgement that they may have projected their own missed opportunities, or what they wish they would have done differently in their past, onto you, and they don't want to do that to you. And more so than that, they never, ever, ever want to make you feel alienated from them, or make you feel like they don't want you to succeed, because they want to see you succeed, and you are such a treasure to them, such a treasure to them. And I think that, especially if this isn't a biological family member, I think one thing that especially if this is like a mentor-mentee relationship where there's no biological attachment, this is somebody who wants you to know that, like, they don't just see you as a mentee or somebody that they teach. They see you as family. They see you as somebody very special and very important to them. And I think that if they've seen you grow, they are just so blown away by like where you started and where you are now. And I think one thing that they want you to know is how much of a little light you are in their life. And that for some of you, like, for example, there could be like a teacher coming through, like maybe a high school teacher or a college professor, and this is not in a creepy way, by the way. So if you're doing something crazy, this is not that. This is good, wholesome, nothing ick. But this is a teacher or something like that. They could be, you know, mourning the fact that you're not going to be a student in their class anymore. Or like, for some, I almost get the vibe like it could be a specific grade, like this teacher. I guess this is a very specific message, but if there are anyone that like graduated high school recently, or like this is their senior year, and there's like a teacher that you really have a special bond with, I think that they're definitely trying to cherish the rest of this year, because I know that they're going to miss your absence when they're gone. Not in like a weird way, but they find you, or you and your group of friends, to be like just a joy to have around, a joy in the classroom, a joy to be a part of their life. I think especially if you've babysat their kids or something like that, like they view you as family. So no matter what, no matter who this person is, this is somebody who's very attached to you, somebody who maybe isn't able to show you how much they care all the time, but want you to know that they do, and that they see so much potential within you. And maybe at times, I think the one thing that they are unlearning is to not put their own hopes and wishes onto others, and to allow, even if like they're guiding you or mentoring you in some way, they still want your dreams, your goals, your aspirations to be entirely your own. So let's go ahead and pull the tarot cards now and see what specifically this person is thinking, or what they want to say to you. Once again, this might differ because depending on whether this person is alive or not, that does change things. But I definitely get the vibe for some of you, like this person, for some of you, this is definitely like a grandparent that you are really close to. Piano could be a significant instrument. Piano or violin seemed like two, or mandolin. Is that an instrument? If a mandolin is an instrument, that could be significant. But yeah, definitely this person cares about you a whole lot, and they maybe probably don't get to tell you how special you are, or they, you know, life is life, and we're always just, you know, running around, going crazy. And I think at times, you know, we forget to stop and tell the people that we love and care about how much we love and care about them, and that we don't want to project our own nonsense onto you or things like that. So, okay. Alrighty. So Spirit, what is this person or Spirit thinking about in terms of pile one? What are their thoughts about pile one? Okay, yeah, we have the Emperor. So for some of you, this could be a father figure, grandfather, something like that. Or they could be an Aries. Yeah, we have the Sun in reverse. For some of you, this person may have passed away before you and them really had the chance to sit down and work through maybe issues that you had. Yeah, King of Wands in reverse. There's a lot of fire energy here. I mean, we have Leo with the Sun, Sagittarius with the King of Wands, the High Priestess in reverse. Okay, one more. Okay, yeah, we have the King of Pentacles upright. So one message that I'm getting right away is that if this is somebody who passed away where like you had power struggles with this person, like there was a lot of respect between you and them. So like they could have been your father, your grandfather, or something like that. Or just a very masculine, like mother or grandmother or something like that. But there is a lot of masculine energy here, which makes sense because which is probably why there's so much emotion coming through, because this person does kind of seem to be very stoic and like, or at the very least, they're like, I'm hearing Elsa right now say like, conceal, don't feel. Like this is somebody who definitely doesn't talk about their emotions often, but there's definitely some kind of generational cycle. If you resonate with this person, whether they're alive or not, kind of projecting their own dreams or what they wanted or want for themselves onto you, and that's something that you've been working through, this is definitely a generational cycle that you and this person are breaking, whether you're both on the earthly plane or not. This cycle, it has depending on what choices you make, it has the potential to end with you. But I think that's why it's very important that you follow your happiness, because this person didn't. Okay, yeah, we have the Two of Wands. But there's also like, one thing that this person wants to say though is that like they didn't have the abundance of opportunities that you had, and like their journey was theirs and they've made peace with that, but they want you to recognize like what a unique position you're in, or there's some kind of unique opportunity that's presented to you or that could be presented to you, or that they maybe want you to go after. For some of you, this has to do with like auditioning or art of some kind. But for others, I feel like this could be school related. This could be career related. This could be location related. Okay, we have the Five of Wands in reverse. We have the Eight of Cups in reverse. And wow, okay, so on the back of the deck, we have the Empress. Whew, okay. So one thing that I'm seeing here, this is what I'm going to say first for those of you where this is like family related. And honestly, if you pick this pile, even if this is a mentor that you're not like biologically related to, I do think that Spirit is bringing forth information, or the spirits that came to this reading, or the higher selves that came to this reading, they, because there's a mix of both, they want you to be aware of a generational pattern where the feminine energy within your family line is not really honored, and the masculine energy is almost overbearing. What's interesting is, if you notice here, we have like the High Priestess and the Empress in reverse, which are both kind of the ultimate feminine energies, right? And the person coming through here is saying, you know, for some, they may be admitting that they've been a bit of a control freak, or that they maybe have been very narrow-minded at times, or unwilling to look at your perspective. I do feel like this person has overcome a lot, or they did overcome a lot within their lifetime. I feel like one thing they want you to know, though, is that there's so much power within you, and they want you to recognize your duality, and to recognize that you're so much more than just a handful of traits. You know, like in The Sims, for example. In The Sims 3, you know, The Sims 3 was kind of lit because you could pick from a giant list of like so many traits. And then The Sims 4 happened, and they got rid of most of them. And it's just like, bro, like traits make you interesting. That was a rant. I guess I'm just ranting because The Sims 4 needs more traits. Damn it. Anyway, I feel like what this person coming through is wanting you to understand, though, is that they want you to feel comfortable to actualize your whole self and to discover who you truly are. For some of you, there's a specific message. If you're non-binary, or your identity or your sexuality is something that you have struggled with, I feel like this person wants you to know that even if for some of you, maybe they've had difficulties understanding it or being supportive, they love you, and they want you to do what will make you happiest. And I feel like for some, they almost want to say how sorry they are for maybe not being as empathetic to you, or maybe they didn't make you feel validated in the way that you needed to. Because one thing that I'm seeing now is, like, for a lot of you, you're at a very important place in life where you're ready to start moving forward. But especially if this is a spirit guide, they want you to know that you can't move forward in a balanced way if your feminine energy is off whack. And maybe you have to heal the masculine energy within your family in order to balance these two things out. But what's interesting is, like, I'm seeing this kind of family dynamic where a lot of the energy, like, in that you're, I think you're the first generation in your family that is getting out of survival mode, like perpetual survival mode. And this person either was a product of living in that survival mode their entire life, or they continued that cycle of survival mode because that's what they were raised in. But this person definitely felt like, either while they were incarnated on Earth, or they do now, that there's a lot that they have to keep under control, and they're always working really hard to maintain order and make sure things are running smoothly. And it's really interesting that I said maintain order, because one masculine principle is, or a difference between feminine and masculine energy, is that feminine energy is literally like chaos. It's the void. It's like potential. Whereas male energy is pattern and order. Like, I was literally just talking about this with my friend who's in the military the other day, because I have him tell me all the time. I know nothing about the military, so I always find it interesting. But like, you know, it's just one giant machine of bureaucracy and pattern and order. It's just like, ugh. Like, I mean, if that's your cup of tea, you do you. But like, I never understood men, because you know, sometimes like when I think of men, I think of like Donnie from the Wild Thornberries, because you know, there's a lot of like just female figures in media that kind of pull it together and kind of maintain that order, you know. Lois Griffin is not somebody you would consider chaos. Marge Simpson is not somebody you would consider chaos, but true feminine energy is represented by like chaotic energy, while masculine energy, not male, masculine energy is represented by, you know, pattern, order, logic. So I think one thing that this person is recognizing is that they may have been overbearing when it comes to either raising you, or overbearing when it comes to protecting you. And I feel like one thing that they're recognizing now is that they have to let go of the reins, or let you discover things yourself. They can't keep you under their wing forever. But I think one thing they want you to understand is that they never had the option. For some of you, this person never had the option to find their own happiness. Like, they were kind of born into a life, and like whatever they had to do was kind of just forced upon them. For some, this person could have been drafted into a war, and that could have been something that was very significant and impacted them, especially, well, I mean, being drafted into war, I mean, the likelihood of contracting like post-traumatic stress, things like that, are just so common. And so this person definitely could have had, I would say this is more so for those of you where this person may not be alive anymore, but they could have had undiagnosed mental health issues that that maybe distorted their perspective. And now that this person is passed on, they're able to see where maybe they recognize now where they were wrong. But for those of you where this person is still alive, I definitely think that they're recognizing how their upbringing has impacted their ability to raise you, or impacted their ability to be a good mentor. Because I think what they're realizing now is that they're not very good at allowing things to just flow. And that started a very long time ago for them. Like, I definitely feel like this person was raised also in a very controlling home. I definitely think with the King of Wands in reverse, I feel like this person, for some, I get this vibe like this person sees themselves in you. Like, you remind them of themselves when they were your age. And they think about, man, like, if I were in their shoes, like, how could I have done things differently? Because with this King of Pentacles finishing off here upright, the King and Queen of Pentacles always, like, they kind of have like parental energy to me. And so I think that this person felt a lot of duty and burden placed upon them by their father figure. Now, one interesting message that I'm getting is that for some of you, this is a feminine energy that's coming through, but because they were like the firstborn or something like that, or like maybe they only had sisters or something like that, they had a lot of masculine ideals placed upon them, or like things that they had to adhere to. But one thing that I can see is that this person was never able to stand up to the institutions and rules that their their fathers and grandfathers were adhering to. They were never able to kind of separate that. Or for some of you, this person is learning to separate that now. And one thing they want you to be aware of is that like it is going to take time. And one thing that they're saying is that they wish they had listened to their own intuition, because with this High Priestess in reverse, with the Five of Wands in reverse, and the Empress, I feel like this person may have felt like doing something creative, or just allowing themselves to be in more open and vulnerable energy. Like, for example, if this was your father, for example, they may have been very afraid of expressing emotion around you because they didn't want to look weak. And maybe in retrospect now they realize that they missed out on having a more intimate relationship with you because they were unwilling to show you their emotions, and vice versa. I feel like this person is recognizing maybe places where they were wrong. Or if this is a mentor of some kind and they're not biologically related to you, I feel like one thing that they want you to know is that you're so much more powerful than you realize, and that you don't need them. And I think that one thing they want to say is that even though you don't need them, they don't want you to leave their life. Like, they don't want you to think that just because you don't need them that they're done with you, or they're not interested in being in your life anymore. They want you to know that they may have pulled back, but it's only for your benefit, to help you learn to rely on yourself because you're more capable than you think. But they want you to know that like they're not going anywhere. They're just kind of helping you. And what is this all about? Yeah, you may be feeling confused right now, or not sure like what your next move is, or where you're supposed to be going, or headed. Forgive me for 1 second. I'm going to close the door because I just saw something move, and I'm just not fucking into that because I'm the only one in here. We're not doing that. Nope. Okay, so anyway, I didn't even realize that I brought the Empress upright. So I think one thing that this family member wants you to know, if it's a family member, mentor, whatever, is they just want you to actualize your full potential. And there's nothing more than they want. There's nothing they want more than to see you embrace all sides of you, to see you follow your true path and not allow like societal norms or shit like that to determine what your path is, especially if you come from a small town. If you come from a small judgmental town where people think in really small-minded ways, or everybody's gossipy and everybody, you know, is saying, oh, did you see so-and-so? You know, they got a new tractor, and like, it's an ugly color, and it's like, leave their tractor alone. Like, what the fuck? Like, stop talking. Anyway, yeah, one thing they want to say is do not allow the mob mentality of such a small place to make you feel like your dreams aren't worth pursuing, or that you're not lovable. Because one thing that they've realized is that they were never given the chance to find their own happiness. They were never given the opportunity to discover what their own happiness would be. And as a result, they lived their life only kind of half there, because a large part of them was being suppressed. So for example, if this is a more masculine energy, they may have been really creative growing up, or they may have wanted to pursue something creative. Mozart could be significant. So there's kind of that piano energy coming back in again. But they may have been told, oh, you know, piano's for sissies, or something like that. Or they may have been discouraged from pursuing that, especially if this is a firstborn. If this is a firstborn person, I definitely think that they inherited a lot of like family burdens, or things that they took on a lot of responsibility at a young age. And I think that their ability to find what made them happy and what lit them up, and to find their own happiness and to just celebrate and have joy, that was stifled. And so as a result, they may have brought that onto you unintentionally. And they recognize that now. But one thing that I'm seeing for sure is that kind of fun personality and their ability to be a jokester, or like their ability to connect with all walks of life and to be like just fun and charismatic and jovial. That kind of seems to be something that was shamed within them from a very early age. For some of you, I'm definitely getting the vibe like religion played a huge role in this. For some of, like, I heard Catholicism especially. So for some of you, this person struggled for a really long time between what they were taught and what felt right. And they're still kind of unlearning a lot of, it doesn't matter what kind of religion this was, but I do feel like for some, this person could have had some trauma around a religious upbringing, or could have been like treated really poorly, or something like that. But if this is a mentor of some kind that's not biologically related to you, I think what they want you to know more than anything is that like they're just so proud of you, and they just see you like just absolutely shooting for the moon and succeeding. And I think they're so proud of you, and they kind of are admitting to living a little vicariously through you, because they wish that they had had the same opportunities as you, but they, you know, they've made peace with how their life turned out. And I think one thing they want you to know is that like they're always going to be in your corner, and they feel so blessed to be able to help you through your journey. Another thing that I heard is that I just heard like you will always be my little girl. So for some of you, this could be a father or a grandfather. You don't have to be a girl, but that was just, I literally heard that. So I felt like I should say it. But I think one final message that I'm getting that kind of has nothing to do with everything that I was saying, especially if this person is, okay, so if this person is a guide, one thing they want you to know, if you don't already have a significant other, they are guiding you through this process. And if you find that you're dating somebody and they like ghost you, or it just seems like everything in the universe is blocking you from getting to this person, it's likely this guide, because they see something in that person that's not worthwhile, not deserving of you. For those of you who are still alive, I channeled this, and my logical brain kind of stepped in and was like, whoa, this is an unfair thing to ask of pile one, but I will say it, but I just want you, but I'm going to counteract it after I say it. So what I heard was, when they're looking for somebody, like first I heard like nobody's good enough for pile one. So that's just a given, you know, that's how our family members are always going to feel. But then they said, when they're looking for a partner, make sure, they asked me to ask you to look for somebody that they would approve of. And I was like, I channeled it, so I was like, okay, whatever, I'll say it. But then as I was processing it, my logical brain was like, whoa. You don't have to do that, pile one. I think that's a request from this person. But if you feel drawn to somebody, you do you, boo. Like, you should never pick a partner based on somebody else's approval. So, you know, I would definitely say that this person still has some limiting beliefs that they're working through. But one thing that I felt like I needed to cut in there and be like, listen, you don't have to do that. Like, if that's something that you want to do and something that's important to you, then I think that that's good advice. Like, if you know that, for example, the right person for you is somebody that this person that we're channeling would approve of, then I would say take that. But I mean, if this person is difficult to please, or you know that nobody's ever going to be good enough for them, like, don't feel pressured to follow that sort of guidance. They're not very happy with me for saying that, but like, I'm on your side, pile one, with peace and love. But one thing that I'm definitely seeing here is that if this is a guide of some kind, they are definitely going to be more, the more you follow your bliss and follow what it makes you happy, the more you'll feel their energy. Because I think part of their mission in guiding you, and honestly, I think this could go for whether this person is an in-person guide or a spirit guide. I definitely feel like they, shit, did I just lose it? Fuck. So if this person is guiding you or guiding you in real life, I just lost it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I totally just lost that. Shit. Oh, I think I got it. They were saying that they will have, like, it's kind of interesting. So the more you follow your bliss, the more you follow what feels like your true life path, what you're meant to be doing, the more power you feed into them as a guide. Like, if they become more powerful, the more you follow your journey. So for right now, you may not feel their presence very much, maybe because you haven't really gone down this path yet or made a choice to follow what you feel is right. But it's like the further you go down this journey, the more signs of them you're going to see and the more you'll be aware of them. For some of you, this could be a couple. So, like, I got the specific example of, like, a grandparent, like one that's already passed on and one that's still here. They may both guide you once they both have. But for some, this could definitely be kind of two family guides, like parental family guides, but they're like, I think I had a hard time discerning which one was coming through at different times. So honestly, I could have channeled a bunch of different people and a bunch of different messages here. So I guess just take what resonates. But we're going to finish off with some advice from this person to you. And we are just going to use the Work Your Light cards because, you know what? They just do it for me. Okay, so what advice would you give pile 1? Spirit, or the spiritual energy coming through for pile 1. What does pile 1 need to know? You're already doing it. You're overthinking. Keep facing your true north. Yeah, I thought I said something about that you were overthinking. So I think spirit is saying, and this person is saying, like, you're doing wonderful. There's no reason for you to doubt yourself. You know, keep going, keep growing. That's all we need from you. Your vibration is rising. You are the oracle. Yeah, like, you already are coming so far and doing so much. And I think that's one thing, especially if this is like a spiritual mentor, for example, or somebody that's not in your family, like, they see your power so much more than like your biological family does, because they come from a completely unbiased place. And like, if they believe in you, you should believe in you too, because I feel like if this is a non-biological mentor, I mean, even if they are biological, like, whatever their skills may be, like, they seem like no joke. Like, they seem pretty impressive. We also have answer the call. What is your soul calling you to do? Ooh, one thing that I just heard too as well, if you get any spam calls with any angel numbers that are specific to this person, or like their birthday, or like just some kind of synchronicity related to this person, that could be a sign that they are just trying to make you aware of their presence. When we also, so we have break the chain, ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future. Yeah, and one thing that I want to notice or want to point out is Jupiter is in this card, and the part of fortune increase card, this also talks about Jupiter. So there's definitely, so you could be tied, like, this person could have Jupiter placements. I'm pretty sure Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So Sagittarius energy, yeah, we have a lot of fire energy here. So I definitely think you could also connect to this person through doing, like, oh shit, I just knocked over my water. I soar so much in this pile, guys, I'm sorry. But yeah, they are guiding you in the ether, in the spirit world, either to help you break these ancestral patterns, because like, they're fully admitting that they're partially responsible for these ancestral patterns because they were placed onto them, and they're literally saying, like, this changes with you, and they want you to know that whenever you get in your own head about what it is that you're doing or where you're meant to go, I think one thing that you need to remember is that, like, yes, these journeys are scary. Yes, these journeys are hard, but you've got so much spiritual energy that believes in you. You've got so many humans that believe in you, whether you think that or not. And I think one thing that this person really wants you to know is that you're changing the future for everybody in your ancestral lineage. Even if you don't end up having children yourself, or you decide that, you know, your ancestral line is going to stop with you, at least you're impacting others positively with the things that you're healing and the things that you're learning. So yeah, this whole energy is all about breaking ancestral patterns, so that, especially if you do you know, already have children or have children in the future, you are not subjecting them to these same ancestral chains that held your family back. So I'm definitely hearing, like, especially if you have a lot of masculine energy, or you identify as a man and you feel very like ashamed of your own spirituality or ashamed of your feminine side, I really think, especially if this is a masculine energy coming through speaking to you as well, if it's a masculine viewing energy and a masculine energy that I'm channeling, one thing that they want you to be aware of is that it does not make you weak to express your emotions, or it does not make you a pussy to be spiritual. Like, that's so ridiculous. Like, be nice to yourself, I guess. And on the back of the deck, we have awakening. Oh, and we have yes underneath that. Just say yes. So energetic upgrades, a new way of being. So yeah, you are definitely spiritually evolving and ascending, and this is wonderful. This is so amazing. And I think the more you follow this path, the more you evolve and grow, the more you're going to realize how much this person was a victim of their own circumstances, the same way you were, and how how this person maybe have unconsciously, well, not necessarily this person, or how your family may have unconsciously like placed these energies onto you. I feel like you'll just have a lot more compassion for the people in your family and your ancestors through this whole process, because I think you're going to realize that, like, you're undoing the work of many, many, many generations, and that's not easy. So give yourself a pat on the back, because your family members are really proud of you. If you have any mentors that are not biological, that are a good support system for you, because they see you in a way maybe your biological family doesn't, I think one thing they want you to know is that, like, you have no idea how special you are, and to not let the people that make you feel unappreciated or unwelcome in your life, like, they do not deserve to have even a single part of it, because you are just so precious and so special, and you're doing big work, and your spiritual team is really proud of you. I'm really proud of you. Like, man, I freaking like sobbed earlier. I feel like I haven't cried like that in a while. So I mean, you are clearly a very special person, and the energy coming through for you loves you a whole lot. And so I hope that I did them justice. So pile 1, I'm gonna move this over to the extended, and this is an excellent example of where we're wiping the slate clean for the extended. So we're going to see who has dirty thoughts about you. It's definitely not this person. So don't feel like if you're going to the extended, it's gonna be some weird shit. Like, no. We're gonna wipe the slate clean, and we're gonna channel some different energies. We're gonna see who's coming through, and we're gonna see who has dirty thoughts about you. So I am leaving this reading here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you would like to support me in other ways, you can comment on this video. Let me know how it resonates. I feel like I channeled a bunch of different energies, so I'd be intrigued to know which is yours. You can like this video. That helps me so much and lets me know what you want to see more of. You can subscribe. Thank you so much for 260,000 subscribers, by the way. That is so insane. I am so grateful for each and every one of you. You can check out my merch, or you can check out my social media. I'm going to be trying to post more on my Instagram. I do post many readings on there, and I pretty much just shit post on Twitter and occasionally touch TikTok. But if you want to check me out there, you absolutely can. So if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope that I did this person justice and gave you what you needed to hear. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this reading, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 2. If you guys chose the Angelite heart and Penelope's tarot, this is going to be your reading. So what we're going to do first is look and see who is coming through. So if this sounds like somebody you know, then congrats, you found the right reading. We'll use the tarot to go in depth into their thoughts. But if this does not sound like somebody that you know, then I would try a different pile and see if there is an energy you recognize in any of the others. So let's go ahead and start with who is coming through for you guys. So their overall energy and overall archetype is the Storm. And how you know them or where you met them is number 46, Grand Trine Blessings. For some reason, I just heard 4 to 6 p.m. So there could be something about a commute. But what we're also going to do is look at, so this is going to be their actions towards you and how they behave towards you. So for that, we have the Dragonfly, as well as I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their own lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered and see the true strength that exists in being. So these ego cards, I pulled an ego card for each pile, and this ego card is just meant to represent an aspect of their ego that may come out when you're around them. And we also have Intuition in reverse, as well as Firm Foundation in reverse. So then finally, we're going to see their true, honest energy towards you. So to start with that, we have the Whale in reverse. We have Perfection, which is the root chakra. And finally, we have the Goddess of the Moon in reverse. So okay, so this is definitely somebody that you have not had the easiest relationship with. This could be romantic, but if I'm being honest, for a lot of you guys, this feels more platonic than it does romantic. But like I said, it could absolutely be romantic. For some of you, this could also be a family member or somebody that you thought was soul family. Let me just start with their overall energy coming through. So their overall energy coming through as the Storm, it's a pretty heavy, pretty intense energy. So I would definitely say that this person is a lot. And I hate when people say that somebody is like a lot as an insult, and I don't want it to come off that way. This person is a lot, but that does not mean that that's a bad thing. But it can be a bad thing depending on what mood this person is in and how healthy their mindset is and how well they regulate themselves. Because with the Storm card here, I definitely feel like this person is somebody who, I just heard the word gregarious. So like this can be somebody very vibrant, life of the party, very sociable, has a lot of friends or has a lot of acquaintances, or they could just be somebody who has a lot of energy. Like they, whatever they do, put their energy into, it is something that is usually worth their while, usually very, they're very hard workers. And they're also, when they're good, they're great. But the thing is, when it comes to the Storm, this person does seem to have a very destructive energy. And I don't know how much of this is intentional, but I would say if you probably already know who this person is, like just by me kind of subtly describing them. But I do think this person is kind of unpredictable. You know, the same way storms can be. I think this person, when they are triggered or when they are hurt, They can be very, very volatile. They can do a lot of damage the same way a storm can. But as soon as that energy is kind of past, you know, rainbows can happen after storms, and then it's almost like this person is a completely different person again, or you just don't really know what you're getting with this person. And I definitely can see where that is a source of, because honestly, between this reading pile 1 and now doing this reading, my anxiety is sky high. Like I feel very on edge. I'm having more trouble breathing. And I definitely think that that is the energy that this person puts you in, which is honestly really ironic because of how you met them. So this card is meant to represent where you know them, how you know them. And I think that this person found their way into your life in a rather effortless way. Like it kind of just happened. It's like neither of you really forced it. Maybe this person could have set a precedent for what they want your friendship, your relationship, connection, whatever it is, to be. But I definitely feel like this person, it's kind of an ironic card to be here because grand trines are very easy, free-flowing energies. And this person seems to be very, very difficult and not very open to going with the flow. In fact, it's kind of interesting because they seem to be a bit of a control freak. And I don't say that in like a mean way, but I do think they are kind of, they get anxious when they're not able to control their environment. And as a result, they can, this person is still learning how to develop healthy communication styles. And one thing that I can kind of see here is you may be very confused about why this person is in your life, or if they're no longer in your life, why they were in your life. Because for some of you, I definitely get the vibe like this is somebody that you either feel off about, which is why they're coming through. I'm interested to see what they're thinking about you, but like you can even see like my hands, like they're less shaky, but like my hands were not like this in the other pile. And I definitely think that like this person puts you on edge a little bit. And so let's get into their behavior towards you. Let's start with that. I feel like part of your issue is you don't know what to expect with this person. Like I was kind of already saying, they definitely seem to be the type of person where if they're having a good day, everybody's gonna have a great day. But if they're having a bad day, nobody's allowed to have a good day. And it's not because they're actively thinking that, but their energy just permeates everything. And we'll get there. But I think you find yourself being very confused around this person, or just very like, I think you doubt yourself a lot when you're around them. Like, you doubt your perspective, you doubt your ability to see things clearly. And you might struggle because whenever you're around this person, it does kind of seem like what they show you is not what their truth is. And I think that's why you get kind of confused. But I also think there's a component here where this, I'm just going to say this, and I'm not saying that this is accurate, but one thing that I am feeling here, and just as somebody who has studied these sorts of things, I could see this making sense. This person could have a personality disorder of some kind. I'm not saying that they do, but if you have someone in mind, that could be kind of confirmation. Because one thing that I'm getting here is that they act honestly with a lot of authenticity, but their perspective is warped in a very like significant way. And I want to be clear that having a personality disorder does not make someone a bad person. Personality disorders are honestly just really, really difficult to have and to deal with, because I mean, affects every level of your being, and you can take medication to kind of help certain side effects or coexisting conditions, but personality disorders, you know, those have to be changed based off of behavior more often than not, and they're very, very difficult to change. And so I understand this is a difficult energy, because on one hand you want to be sympathetic towards the person who is struggling or has a personality disorder, or you know, just is struggling and not going through a good time. That I'm not saying that they have a personality disorder of some kind, and I do want to be clear that like there are so many different types of personality disorders. Like one common one that's really overused is narcissistic personality disorder. I get less of that. This person feels very borderline to me. So borderline personality disorder is different from bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder, and that has a lot more to do with periods, high highs and low lows. So bouts of mania and bouts of depression. And that is something where like medication is more helpful because it involves your mood and things like that. But borderline is a personality disorder. So it's not about somebody's mood. It's about how somebody perceives the world, how somebody literally computes everything, sees things. It's their perspective. It's a disorder of the person's expression, you know, when you think about it literally. And I'm over explaining this not to be like the psych person. I mean, I did get my degree in it, but like I just want to be clear that like I don't want anyone to think I'm bashing this person, but I also want to be fair to both this person and to you, because personality, like mental health issues in general, are difficult, and it's difficult on both ends. It's difficult for the person that has it, and it's difficult for the people that love the person that deals with it. So this is a difficult situation for everyone, and I definitely think that this situation for you, for some of you, it may have been really easy to cut this person out of your life, and maybe you already have. For others, I feel like you may go back and forth because you really care about this person, but at the same time, their actions and their behavior may be really weighing on you or really taking a toll on your mental health and your happiness. So I guess I just want you to be aware that if you know for a fact that this person does have some type of personality disorder, or they just take things really personally, I think one thing that you need to know going into this reading is a lot of their behavior and a lot of the way they view things has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. It's personal to them, and I know that's not like very helpful or comforting, but as I'm channeling their perspective, I don't want you to feel like I'm taking their side or seeing things only from their perspective. And I also don't want everyone watching to think that I'm like biased against this person. It's just these are your energy and their energy are very distinct. And I think that this is a difficult situation, and oftentimes we can feel very strongly about these sorts of situations, and we can have a lot of intense feelings around them. And so first of all, if this brings up any intense or triggering feelings for you, please feel free to click away from the reading. But as I dive deeper into this person's energy, I am going to be kind of brutal, not to hurt this person, but to make you understand why they act the way they do. And like I said, this person does not have to have a personality disorder, and I'm not saying that they do, but what the energy that I am feeling, it's a general reading, and like, you know, for example, somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, let's talk about that. Everybody has a level of narcissism. Everybody should have some narcissism. Not having any narcissism is just as unhealthy as having too much of it. You know what I mean? So narcissism, for example, exists within a spectrum, right? And it's not good if you have no narcissism, because you're just going to be walked all over. You want to have a healthy amount of narcissism so that you have self-confidence, you believe in yourself, you recognize that you deserve certain things and you're worthy of certain behaviors. Then you go too far on the other end of the spectrum, you're too narcissistic. Once you reach a certain point, then you would be in the area of diagnosed like borderline. I didn't mean to say borderline. That's when you would be in the area, like if you're if it's really enough to where it impacts your personality and impacts like your being as a human, that's when it goes into, and that has to be a diagnosis, by the way. I mean, I think there are a lot of people that maybe just have higher levels of narcissism that we just we just throw that word around a lot. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to make that distinction clear, that there could be some people on the very extreme ends of the spectrum, and not on like a literal spectrum, but just on the extreme ends of how warped their perception is, or what their circumstances are, or what they're going through. And for some, it could be very mild. So you may find that like some interpretations are too intense and they don't fit. Take those. It's really hard with general readings like this, because topics like this require a lot of nuance, and they deserve a lot of nuance. And I don't want anyone to think I'm trivializing these things or glossing them over or placing any judgment. That's not I don't believe in doing that. I want to help you understand this person and their behavior. And I also want you to understand how sad a lot of this is, because the vibe that I'm getting from you is that for a lot of you, you are really hurt by this person. But we're gonna, and I'm just worried when we get into their thoughts, if you're gonna be like, oh, I don't want you to like take them personally. I don't know what's gonna come out, but I just know that people that operate like this don't necessarily have the most objective perspective in the world. Okay, that's my soapbox moment. Okay, hopefully that did that justice. But yeah, anyway, with the dragonfly being here, this is really fascinating, because this dragonfly, I mean, the dragonfly and the whale couldn't be more opposite of one another. You know, one's water, one's air. And with this dragonfly energy here, you know, this is really light energy. And I think that this person, the behavior that they show you is very like, I've got everything figured out. I don't need other people to figure things out for me. I feel like this person always has something to say about everyone else. They may have very hot takes about your life. I say hot takes like as like, wow, like this person may just comment on things that have nothing to do with them, or believe that they know a lot more about a topic than they actually do. Because with the dragonfly being here, is almost kind of like a sick joke, it came out, is the dragonfly talks about being the master of light and the master of recognizing illusions and seeing the truth through illusions. And so the energy that this person shows you, or I feel like when they are in front of you, or when they either talk to you or they're around you, they give you the vibe like they've got it all figured out. You can't tell this person anything. They know what's best for them. They know what's best for you. They know what's best for the world. They know what's best for the country. This person always has a thought on something. And for some of you, I do feel like this person could use spiritual stuff as like a scapegoat, or this person may use spiritual tools in a not very productive way, or this person could be, I don't want to say the word like fake deep, but like this person definitely thinks that they have life a lot more figured out than they really do. And I think deep down they know that they don't, but they want you to think that they do. And it's very important for them, actually. And part of their controlling energy with this hero card here is this person may go out of their way to help you sometimes, or will just be very giving, very generous to you, but there's always a condition, or maybe you've learned not to take help from this person because when you do, what seems like just a kind gesture ends up being something that's held over your head, for example, or used to make you feel guilty later. I definitely feel like with the Hero here, this person has a need to be needed. And I also think part of them feeling in control and feeling safe is if they feel like they are, you know, on the top of the food chain or in control of things, or just they kind of want to be the leader of things in their own life. In their work environments, in their friend environments. It's like they want to be, I want to use a Rick and Morty example, but I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it. So I won't. Okay, so I'll use a different example then. Like, for example, you know when you play a video game and you know that like you could play it on a much more difficult level and try to unlock new achievements or grow, but you would rather just play on easy mode and just kick all the CPU's asses or whatever you're playing against, you know? I feel like this person likes to put themselves in an environment where they see themselves to be on top, or they believe themselves to be either the smartest or the best energy in the room. Like they feed off of other people's admiration for them, and they put a lot of effort into creating I was about to say for facade, and I accidentally almost said fursona. So for some of you, this person could be a furry. I don't think that's gonna resonate for all of you. But this person puts a lot into their image. Their image is very important to them. And I would be willing to bet that this is somebody that probably takes very good care of themselves, either in a physical way or like they dress themselves well, kind of Libra energy there, like maybe like a Libra Venus or something like that. But I just heard smoke and mirrors. And so I think that one thing that you need to know right away about this person is that your intuition is not incorrect about them. Because I think you've got this vibe, like either you already see through this person, which is why you cut them out of your life, or you feel sus about this person. Their energy is sus, they act sus. And for some, you may find this person difficult or irritating to be around because they may, which, oh my gosh, this is a pet peeve of mine. It's hard for me to stay as unbiased in this as possible because some of this stuff is just like making me cringe. But this person may like get really into like tarot cards, for example, and like do one reading and then think that they know everything about tarot and like that they are like the go-to person for tarot. Like this person has like I need to breathe for a second. Let me take a sip of water. Let's just say this. I've been reading tarot cards for over 2 years, and I feel like I still don't know anything. Like, I feel like a tarot noob. So, this person just, which all of our brains do this, actually, because there's literally this is just an interesting fact, actually, because our brains, like, can't possibly take in so much information all the time, and there's just so much as humans we don't know. Our brain will literally just make us believe that we know things, or like we just exist under this assumption that we understand things. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but like our brains are predisposed to like assume that we know more about something or believe that we know more about something than we really do. So let's go to their real energy now, because I've spent enough time talking about this person wants to look good in front of everyone, but I do feel like there's a specific, which makes sense as to why they're thinking about you. I do feel like they lay it on extra thick around you, or they seem to be extra sensitive around you, or they've either acted in a way, maybe this person stopped talking to you and you don't understand why, like for some of you. But it definitely seems like, you know, this card is the High Priestess in this deck. And I think that this person really tries to portray that they've got it all figured out. They're like super healed, and that they're very spiritually wise and aware, and that they've got it all figured out. But I think even maybe you are aware that they talk a lot of game, but they're not very good at backing it up. Or maybe you haven't challenged them to back it up. But let's go into their real energy, because it makes a lot of sense. So the reason why you feel either drained or heavy or just feel sus about this person, if you haven't distanced yourself from them, or they haven't distanced themselves from you, which they could have if you were kind of figuring them out, this person's energy is dense, like dense. And it makes sense with this Whale card being here. This person's energy is actually really powerful, which is why they can be so destructive, because this person is very good at connecting with people in a heartfelt way. And when this person is in a good place, they can be so compassionate and so caring and so wonderful. But those instances, for this person at the very least, over time seems to be more and more sparse for them. In fact, it kind of seems like all of this compassionate energy has kind of imploded on itself and become a lot of self-pitying energy and self-hate. I don't want to say self-hating energy, because I don't think, I mean, this person may hate themselves, but I think that they hate that they don't hate themselves. I think that they hate that they're not the version of themselves that they see in their head. And there's a bit of a victim mentality here that I'm sensing. And that, again, is something that I'm not like villainizing or saying is bad. Like, I was queen of the victim mentality, like up until I was, 20, 21. And even still, I have to check myself. Like, oh, you don't want to get out of bed and go make dinner. Like, at least you have a bed and can make dinner. Like, come on. I listen, we all do it, you know. We can all find ourselves being in that victim place and not even realizing it. And especially when you're in it for a long time, it's hard to see outside of it. But with this person, I think that they've had this expectation that life was supposed to reward them, or they've had this belief that they would get things easily, or that life would just hand them things, or that they were just inherently deserving of things. And I think that this person, as time goes on, life is starting to pan out less and less like the way that they visualized it or wanted it to be. And so this person, honestly, they feel like just a vortex of negative energy. And I don't mean that as like they're actively trying to do that, but their focus is so much on themselves. And even when they're in public and they're being charismatic or they're in front of a lot of people and they kind of have their dragonfly persona on, the more that they fall into that trap of being this person that they're not, the more aware they become of the fact that they're not living up to their own idealized fantasies or expectations of who they should be. And in fact, I think that I'm just gonna be honest, this person has Cartman energy. They have Eric Cartman energy, and it's like, woo. I mean, you know, obviously Eric Cartman is a caricature, but like, this person definitely has a bit of entitlement. I'm gonna say that, because I definitely think, yeah, they're kind of entitled. And it's really interesting because one thing I will say is that they believe that they're taking guidance from their intuition, and they're actually taking guidance from their ego and from their triggers, they take their guidance from their brain and from their triggers. So their logical brain is really good at telling them, okay, hey, you need to turn things on, or you need to be doing XYZ. But their emotional body is like this, literally it's like a vortex or a tornado. Like, it's just, it almost comes out of nowhere, and like, you kind of want to run and hide when it all comes out, because I think what happens is this person is definitely the type of person to stuff things down until they explode. But it honestly, this person doesn't have to even be stuffing anything, because they could be triggered by something incredibly small. But if they feel like they weren't getting enough attention that day, or they're already not happy, they're going to turn it into a much bigger issue, or that issue is going to feel much bigger than it is to everyone else because it's happening to them. And so with this Goddess of the Moon card, I think that this person, they're trying, like they're trying to be better, but they're not looking at themselves accurately. And I think that they have a lot of scapegoats. I think they play the blame game a lot for reasons as to why life isn't going so well for them. I think that they may be jealous of you, if I'm being honest. We'll have to see when we get into the cards, but I do feel like this person, I think that they see these dragonfly qualities within you. Like you must have something figured out, or they see you as really intelligent. They see you as very intuitive. Maybe you do spiritual stuff. And so they kind of want to feel like they're on your level, or compete with you, or feel like they're better than you. But I mean, I feel like one thing I need to say is that this person is so good at believing something and convincing themselves of something that, like, even if it's not grounded in reality at all, there's nothing that you can say to dissuade this person. And what's really interesting is, like, with this Grand Trine blessings, either I think that you're in a very fortunate place in your life, or you just have a lot of blessings, or you may wonder, like, with all these blessings, like, why did this person come in, or why am I dealing with this? Or I think that this person may be a blessing in disguise for you, because they're definitely teaching you a lot. But one thing that I can see here with this perfection card, this person is incredibly self-centered. And I think that is what the biggest thing that you need to understand here, because everything about this, it's all about them at the end of the day. But humans are social creatures, right? We literally, like, we need other humans to socialize. Like, we get weird as fuck when we become hermits, right? And I think that when this person is by themselves, or with people that they're not intimidated or threatened by, then they are the most perfect person in the room. Then life is good, because they're not being challenged. Their reality isn't being challenged. Their perspective isn't being challenged. And their insecurities aren't preying on them, because they feel secure. They feel in control. But around somebody like you, which, I mean, I'm reading their energy, not yours, but it's obvious that for them to have this kind of reaction and portray this kind of energy around you, you're either like an acquaintance that they are trying to win over, or somebody close to them, or somebody that, somebody of importance. You're somebody of importance to them, but you make them insecure. And so they think that's your fault. They think it's your fault that you make them insecure. And so they will like blame that on you, for example. They might think, for example, that you're taking their blessings from them because you're just out here achieving things. Like, and maybe they haven't even done anything related to that, but they'll think like, why did pile 2 get that? Like, I don't understand. Like, I deserve that, or I should have gotten that, or like I would have been so much better at that. And it's just like this person, they're just kind of a black hole, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, they're not happy with themselves. They're not happy with the world. They're not willing to look at themselves realistically or settle down a little bit when it comes to their expectations of themselves. So they're honestly just in this really, really unhealthy cycle where they're good for a little bit, but the more life beats them down, because let's be honest, life beats all of us down. We all suffer, and the older we get, the more difficult experiences we have to go through. I feel like this person is just keeping a tally. And the more good things that they see happening to other people, and the more bad things that happen to them, the more they truly believe that the world is out to get them, or that that they have more reason and more cause to be angry. Because what's interesting here with this Grand Trine blessings, maybe you and this person have a very similar skill, but this Grand Trine blessings is saying, yes, you may have that skill, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be given handouts. You still have to work hard. You still have to be willing to, put your nose to the grindstone and work for what you want. Things won't flow to you easily if you don't put in the work to get them. And I think this person saw you as a blessing in their life until they realized that either they couldn't compete with you, or that you weren't going to play their games, or something of that nature. But in terms of how you met them, it's kind of like they were plopped into your life. And either you recognize them as a test, or you've kind of gone back and forth, where at one point you may have thought this person was like, if this is platonic or romantic, you could have thought this person was a soulmate of some kind, or you could have thought that this person was going to be in your life for a really long time. But as their mask and facade has kind of faded and more of their true self has come out, I think you're maybe kind of aware of the fact that this is an unpredictable energy. It's scary. Like, when this person is hunky-dory, everything's great, but as soon as they're upset and they become that storm, it's like, well, now you're dealing with a hurricane, and it's going to do a lot of damage. So, okay, I think that's what I'm seeing for this person. So if you know that person, I hope that wasn't super vague, I say jokingly, because obviously there was probably an excess amount of detail, but that's why you come, right? So now we're going to see what this person is thinking about you. And I just want to say right off the bat, I hope I've done a good enough job of explaining to you how warped their perspective is. But this is one of these difficult things where, as somebody who, just understands that, like, we're all human, we all deal with struggles and problems, it's hard to kind of divide things from, like, this person may deal with personality disorder, but can that, like, I'm not saying that they are, but for some of you that definitely is the case. And then you'd be saying, well, should I punish them for that? Or is being with them a punishment? Or like, is being around them creating more harm? Then it's never easy. It's never easy. It's never simple. It's never black and white. These situations are always so nuanced. And I think I'm spending so much time getting as much detail as possible, because I want you guys to understand that if you feel confused about this person, if you feel confused about this situation, if you feel confused about why this person was brought into your life or why this all happened, or if you feel like you can trust what you pick up on them. So if what you picked up on them is what I just talked about, then your intuition is on point. But if you're like feeling crazy and like, I don't even know what the truth is at this point, I definitely think that this reading is necessary. And I don't know, I guess I just hope, I've said my piece. I'm being super detailed, but it's only because situations like this need nuance. Let's stop oversimplifying things. Like it would be such a disservice if I was like, this person is just a narcissist and like they only care about themselves and like they suck. Like that doesn't help anything. And like it's really difficult when somebody you love is like that, because you're torn between the impact that their problems have on you and how much you love them and the fact that you don't want them to leave your life, you know? So I think we can all like empathize and sympathize with that. So even if this person isn't, and it's even harder when it's like a family member, for example. So if this person isn't a friend, or it's, you know, a parent or a child or somebody that, you know, you're tied to financially, biologically, it's just a whole other ballgame. It's not easy. And I don't know, I guess as I finish shuffling, I do just want to say, like, as we talk about their thoughts, do remember that they are heavily distorted. But I'm also going to be honest, because I think that it's good to see how someone like this thinks. But I do want to say, like, if this hurts you, I want you to know this has nothing to do with you. But who knows? These cards could be really positive. I don't know, but I would say I'm no psychic, but come on. Okay, so Spirit, what is this person thinking about when it comes to pile 2? Okay, yeah, 8 of Wands in reverse. 3 of Cups in reverse. For some of you, this person could be giving you the silent treatment. King of Pentacles. King of Wands in reverse. Now here's something interesting. The King of Pentacles came out upright and the King of Wands came out in reverse in the last pile. Completely different energies. That's what's really fascinating about tarot, and like one of my favorite things about tarot is like you can have the same freaking cards and it's completely different energies. Yeah, we also have the 9 of Cups here. Spirit's saying get 6, so we will. Yep, there she is. 5 of Swords upright. Okay, can we get clarifiers for all these now, please, Spirit? Okay, so the 4 of Swords is clarifying the 8 of Wands. Yeah, for some of you, this person is either giving you the silent treatment or they definitely ghosted you. Yeah, the 5 of Cups in reverse. Gosh. I will say, this is definitely a good example of somebody's extended where most likely going to be about completely different energies. Okay, so we have the Page of Pentacles clarifying the King of Pentacles. I think I want to get... How are the Page and the King related, Spirit? 4 of Wands. Okay. So King of Wands in reverse. Queen of Cups upright. Okay, so with the 9 of Cups upright, we have the Ace of Cups. Is clarifying the Ace of Cups. Finally, the 5 of Swords is clarified by the Wheel of Fortune. And on the back of the deck, we have the 3 of Wands. Point blank period, this person can't stand to see you shine and expand. They can't take it. Actually, what's really interesting about this is look at how similar this Wheel of Fortune is to this Storm card. And like we have this Sun and the 3 of Wands. And I think that this person hates how independent you've become. I think that they hate how well you're doing. If I'm being honest, I hate to be even saying that, but it's true. So with the Eight of Wands in reverse, clarified by the Four of Swords, I would say either you noped the fuck out of this person's life, they noped the fuck out of yours, like they may have ghosted you, or they could be giving you the silent treatment right now. Because this also has the energy of like, well, you should know why I'm mad at you. And like, I'm trying to keep my cool. I'm trying to remain unbiased, but... And also, you know, be sympathetic to the fact that like this person is going through a very difficult time. But to be fair, all of us, I'd say collectively as a human race, we're all kind of going through a difficult time. And that doesn't mean, and not all of us act like this. So anyway, this person, with this Five of Cups in reverse, I think one thing that they may also struggle with, so like this could definitely be somebody who has, you know, a lot of different things going on. So like, for example, like I said, with having personality disorders, you know, you can also have like anxiety, you can have depression, things like that. In addition to what's going on, I'll use myself as an example. I was treated for anxiety and depression for a really long time until I was diagnosed with ADHD. And like I was being treated for something that was literally a symptom and a result of having ADHD. So I was treating the symptoms and like the results of having it. And obviously it didn't fucking help at all because like they were emerging as a result of the original issue. So this person definitely like has a lot of things going on and is not willing to look at the root of the issue. But I also think that this person kind of feeds off of pity. Like they have a bit of an emotional vampire-esque energy to them. Like they can't be happy for you. Like, and if you're wondering like why can't they celebrate my successes the same way I celebrate theirs, is because they don't give a shit about your successes. So long as they're not better than their successes, they can clap for your achievements so long as your achievements do not surpass theirs. And I also think with this three, you know, the 3 and the 5 of Cups being here, that makes me think of the 8 of Cups, you know, if you add those two together. And I think this person maybe kind of projecting their own feelings onto you. So they may be saying like, oh, they were never fun anyway, or like, oh, they were always sad about things, or they were always like negative or depressed or whatever. Like you may have bonded over having like mental health issues. And I think that this person may have been unfair about how you guys shared that, or whatever the case may be. But it's almost like I don't even want to know what they're thinking about, because it's like just so unfair. Yeah, I just heard Good For You by Olivia Rodrigo. Like they hope that you're miserable right now. Like, you know, even though she's like, good for you, like I hope you're happy, things like that. Like this person, I feel like they don't even hope that you're happy because they're miserable. They're not happy. Like I think that this person likes to wallow in their own unhappiness. Like, you know, misery loves company. And I think that they can't handle the fact that you don't want to join them in that. And maybe that's why for some of you, this person left, or this person just couldn't be supportive of you. And now with the King of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles here, and the Four of Wands, I do think that this person, for some of you, this person could have enablers. Like they could be enabled by their parents or something like that. But another thing as well is like this person could be getting help for their issues. But part of even when you get help, that doesn't mean that help will be very effective. But, you know, you also have to remember that help can be manipulated. So a lot of times, like, people that are, you know, very self-centered or things like that, because their perspective is distorted, they can often get counseling for things. And if they're being treated alone, that counselor only has their perspective to go off of. So they're literally just getting their own ego stroked and having their feelings validated. And I mean, that doesn't mean the therapist is doing anything wrong, but like, that's just a good example of how even when somebody's getting help, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually helping them. Because sometimes things can be enabled. And so one thing that I'm kind of seeing here is a lot of, I do think that they've kind of inherited a lot of this behavior from their family. So if you've never been around their family before, that may be why you're confused by their behavior. If you've been around their family before, I think that would kind of explain they're kind of a chip off the old block with this King of Pentacles and Page of Pentacles. If you have a child with this person, I do think that they want to be a good parent to them, but I also have this small worry about, like, they may use this child as an excuse to force you to pursue a higher level of commitment, or persuade you to pursue a higher level of commitment, or use them as a way to keep you from leaving them in some cases. But I think that this person is, there's a lot of factors. Let's just say this. There's a lot of factors that made this person the way that they are now. None of them have to do with you. Do not let them make you believe that. But one thing that you definitely need to know is that this person is not somebody that you're ever going to be able to depend on. And I think one thing, honestly, I could see you in the King of Pentacles and them in the Page of Pentacles, where they feel like you're so far above them, or that they feel like, well, if you both are in the same circle and you're both good, then your success or what you've created for yourself will rub off on them. And I think that maybe they didn't like that they couldn't get that. For some of you, this could be a younger sibling. It could be a step sibling, actually. It doesn't have to be younger, but it could be a step sibling or a cousin. But with this King of Wands in reverse with the Queen of Cups upright, this is totally telling me, like, everything that I thought before. Like, they act out in very, honestly, like, kind of problematic ways, in damaging ways when they're not happy. And they do that so that they can get their own self-care. So, like, for you, a way of unwinding and relaxing may be, taking a bubble bath, for example. For this person, their way of unwinding and relaxing may be getting you to be in an argument with them, because when they know that you're not happy, that makes them happy. I hate that. I'm sorry guys. I hate channeling this energy. But I know I need to see it all the way through. But they also, the Queen of Cups is very psychic. And the Wand suit is directly connected to spirit. Fire is spirit. And I think one thing that you need to know about this person is that if their feelings are hurt, which is very easy to do, by the way, then in whatever way they act towards you, they're going to believe they were justified, and they're not going to feel an ounce of guilt about it. So if you wonder, do they feel guilty about treating me a certain way? No, they don't. They still, to this day, think that their actions are justified, or they're satisfied with how they've acted. In fact, once again, they're placing all the blame on you. And in fact, if this person is giving you the silent treatment, they're expecting you to come forward and to kind of offer them something. It does kind of seem like you make a lot of sacrifices for this person to make them happy. So if this person ghosted you, you may be grieving for it, but at the same time realizing that your life is a hell of a lot more peaceful. I think one thing that they're saying is like, or they're thinking is like, for some, this person could see themselves as like, I'm the best friend they'll ever have, or I'm the best partner, I'm the best lover, like, or I'm the most important person in their life. Like, so they're gonna have to, you know, come back. Like, this person is so, the only thing that they are confident in is the fact that they're valuable, and they don't even believe that. So it's quite a conundrum here. There's nothing that they want less than for you to find your own happiness. So you may find that this person will come back once they realize that you're not. If this is a situation where you're not talking to this person. But we got to talk about this 5. I see exactly why Spirit was like, you need to get another row here. This 5 of daggers, 5 of swords, and this Wheel of Fortune. I think the most important message that you need to hear about this person is that if you think that over time they are going to change, they're going to grow, or they're going to improve, I would say that the likelihood of that happening is about the same as like hell freezing over. I was trying to think of something like funnier and less cliche, but I couldn't. In fact, the more your life improves, the more you succeed and the better you become, the more vicious this person is going to be. The more you have to celebrate over, the more they are going to stab you where it hurts. And I would be willing to bet for a lot of you, if you're close to this person, they know your triggers. They know what is going to hurt you. And they know how to hit you where it hurts. The 5 of Swords is that, what's this Spirit that you're showing me? Temperance. Yeah, they're not balanced at all. And in fact, they are not interested in like, they're honestly the opposite of Temperance. Like, they're very difficult and kind of methodical, honestly. Temperance is very like patient, and it's adaptable, and it's willing to like, you know, you see 2 cups here. Like, this person isn't willing to see any side other than theirs. They don't care about your side. The only things that matter are them, their emotions, and anything that they don't have that they want. Because the last thing that they want is to see you expanding, to see you succeeding. Yeah, with the 6 of Wands underneath that, and strength. They literally, like, they want to wear you down. They want to slow you down. This is literally an energy vampire in the most blatant form, because not only are they not turning in their energy on themselves, they're actively trying to suck the energy of people who they deem to be strong, who they deem to be successful, who they deem to be better than them. And so with this 3 of Wands, when they see you expanding, when they see you growing, they're like, well, I know where that's going. 3 plus 3 is 6. 6 of Wands, this person's headed towards success. I don't like that. And 6 of Wands can also be about ego as well. So, you know, if you have more followers than them, or if you have more money than them, or a bigger house than them, whatever it may be, like whatever aspect of you existing they perceive to be a personal slight against them, they will definitely retaliate towards you. So I would say, what is this person thinking about you? Nothing that is realistic or of value, But you should know that whatever this person says is probably smoke and mirrors. And if they promise that they are going to change, that is very unlikely to happen, because they have to address the deep black hole within them. And it seems to only be getting bigger as I am looking at this. That doesn't mean that they won't grow and improve. But I'm going to be a little bit biased in your favor, pile 2, right now. And I'm going to say that if this situation isn't serving you, sometimes holding on can be more painful than letting go. Like, have you ever seen that? Like, there's this, I don't know if it's like a meme, but it's like somebody has like a rope around their hand and they're holding on to it. And it's like literally squeezing their hand and getting all of the, it's like they're losing circulation. And then as they let go of the rope, like they free their hand and their hand stops looking like it's about to stop being a hand. And it literally says, like, sometimes it's less painful to let something go than to hold on to something. Because I think that this person, they're just creating their own narrative, their own sob story every single day. It's like they almost want the worst case scenario to happen so that they can cry about it, gain more pity. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. So if you think that their last blow up will be the last one they ever have, last one they'll ever have so far. I mean, have the clouds ever told you that they're just going to stop storming? No, you never know where it's going to come from. So we're going to finish off with some advice, because holy shit, this is already long enough. But I really hope that I've done this topic, this person, justice, because I'm not gonna lie, like, the unbiased part of me wants to fly off the handle sometimes when I'm like feeling this energy and like hearing what's going on. I'm just like, are you is this like, are you But you know, people, what can you do? Okay, so let's give you some advice, because we can't control this person. The last thing we want to do is get more involved with them, because this just seems to be a tornado of chaos that you do not want to be a part of. So, Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 2 when it comes to this person? Anna, grandmother of Jesus, seeding the light, laying foundations, divine plan. So this person definitely... you and this person are not incorrect in thinking that Spirit put you both on one another's path for a reason. You very much did. But this is an excellent example of someone who was put in your life for a reason, but it's up to you to make sure they only last for a season. You know what I mean? They're kind of like a test almost. Like, they are, how willing are you to stand true to your boundaries? How willing are you to cut someone out when they're taking away from you? How willing are you to distance yourself from somebody or accept people leaving when even when you don't have closure or they're hurting you? Because what I'm seeing here is that this person has played a very integral role in you recognizing that people's bullshit is not something that you need to be responsible for or worry about. I also think that you have a grandmother guide, whether it's your grandmother that's already passed on or just a guide with a very grandmotherly energy protecting you. I do think that this person has been important to deal with, because there's important lessons that are a part of your own soul growth. But I definitely don't think that this person is meant to stick around. Share your voice. Come out of the cave. Persecution. Expression. So I'm going to be very specific when it comes to this, because this is the exact type of person where I would say it's a horrible idea to confront them about what they've done or how they've made you feel or how they've treated you, because you would have more success talking to a brick wall, I think. I think that when it comes to sharing your voice, I think you should talk to people that you trust, whether it is a therapist or it is, and like I said, when I was talking about sometimes help isn't very helpful, I wasn't saying like all help. I would just, there's there's shortcomings to everything, you know? And that could be a shortcoming when it comes to treating people with these issues, is they may not actually treat the issues. They may just go to be enabled and have their ego stroked, you know? They have free will. They can tell that therapist whatever they want, you know? Anyway, with the share your voice, I think that maybe if there are people that were friends with this person in the past or involved with this person in the past, I would talk to them. Or talk to somebody that you trust, whether it's a parent, somebody that you know is on your side, and talk to them about how you're feeling. I feel like you're not talking about this because maybe you feel guilty, or maybe you feel like things were your fault, or if this person is giving you the silent treatment or ghosted you, you may feel ashamed or like it's your fault. But I really think a lot of what this person does is they just kind of project their own shit onto other people, and you just happen to be one of them. Yeah, dance with life. Do something to change your energy. So Spirit is really saying, like, your guides especially do not want you spending another ounce of your energy worrying about this person, because the storm that it's created in your life is meant to be over. You are not supposed to be dealing with this. Now, for some of you, maybe you haven't done anything to like end this relationship, or like you could still be very much involved with this person. And in that case, you know, I think maybe talking with people you trust and finding the solution that makes you feel safest, or, you know, having people on your side that you know you can go to, or like if you're feeling unsafe, like you can call them. I think that would be really helpful. But I also think that Spirit is saying, like, you may be energetically tied to this person. This person may be sending you negativity. So if that's the case, you may want to do some type of cord cutting ritual, or just I just heard so many Taylor Swift songs in this pile, but like shake it off. Like Spirit wants to be like, shake it. Like this, it's not even worth your time and energy. Like, I think that this person's energy, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if you fear this person, because that's the vibe that I got, like right off the bat. And I understand why you fear them. I'm so fucking done with them. I'm so done with, like, I can't wait to get to your extended and hear about people that want to bone you, because I'm so tired of this, because you're getting fucked by this person and they're not whining and dining you. They're certainly not kissing you. Like, they're not doing anything good. Like, they're just fucking you, like straight up fucking you. Like, they're taking your energy away. They're making you feel like shit about yourself. They're fucking you, and it's not cool. I want to hear about people that are fucking you in a good way. So that's what we're going to do in the extended. Anyway, we also have Pillar of Light. Your vibration is rising. You are the oracle. And on the back of the deck, we have transformation. Things are changing at a cellular level, deep healing. So if this person is already out of your life, they are out of your life for a reason. And Spirit is saying, like, listen, like, getting them out of the way is already raising your vibration. And Spirit is saying, like, you know, if they started changing how they treated you, it's entirely because of how you're growing. Like, your light is getting stronger. You're growing. You're transforming. Like, you're the exact opposite of this storm. Like, you are the sun. You are the light. And they hate seeing your light grow stronger. And so what the fuck do they want to do? They want to storm all over it. But, you know, the clouds clear and the sun comes back out. And so this person can tire themselves out all they want. That's why it's really important for you to be strong with your boundaries and recognize that their own shit has nothing to do with you. You know, if you wouldn't take, like, you don't take a literal storm from the sky personally, so don't take their storms personally either. Like, they just got their own shit that they're dealing with, and it's nothing. It's the only thing that it has to do with you is the fact that, like, they see you as superior to them, and they can't stand that, and therefore they have to create a bunch of issues. But oh my god, I'm so happy to be wow, that was a lot of, their energy was a lot. Pile 2, I am going to take this over to the extended now, where we are going to see, we're wiping the slate clean. I don't even care if this person has dirty thoughts about you. I don't want to know about them. I don't fucking care about them. I'm so tired of this person's energy. So we are going to be seeing how many people are having dirty thoughts about you, who they are. We're going to get channeled messages from them. We're going to see, like, what they would say, what they're thinking. So Pile 1 was really fun. I had a lot of fun. So if you're interested in checking out the extended, or you're interested in supporting me, definitely head over there. But if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for watching my ads. If you're interested in supporting me, that's the simplest and easiest way to show gratitude. So thank you to everybody who does that. Other ways to support me, if you pick this pile, comment down below so that you can give some love and support to other pile 2s, especially those of you who are out of this situation. I would probably say maybe talk about how your life has gotten better since all of this happened. Because honestly, I think that if you talked about what went down between you and this person, you might realize that a lot of what they were saying about you, or like a lot of their perspective just isn't grounded in reality. But they're all about mind games. I mean, the fact that they showed up as that air and water, it's mind games and distorted emotions. But yeah, if you want to support me in other ways, like I was saying, you can check out my social media. You can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can check out the extended. You can subscribe. Thank you so much for 260,000 subscribers. That's the most insane thing in the world, and I am so grateful. But yeah, I think that's all I have to say, pile 2. I really hope that you got something from this, and I hope that it wasn't just like reliving trauma or something like that. But I'm sending you love. You deserve more than the way that this person is treating you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose the Shark's Tooth and the 8th House Tarot, this is going to be your reading. I actually want to hold this for a second because I do want to say just right off the bat, I would say that if you picked this pile, this is likely somebody that you have history with, and I mean like history with. Like somebody that goes beyond this lifetime. This Shark's Tooth is... I don't know exactly how old it is, but it said anywhere from like 20 to 100 million years old. That's a decent range. But you know, this is essentially a fossil. So I definitely think that whoever this person is, this is somebody pretty substantial, and somebody that is a huge part of your life in some way, or not a huge part of your life, a huge part of your soul's journey, a huge part of your soul's evolution. Like you and this person's soul, like y'all been around the block before. So let's go ahead and see who this person is. So the archetype describing them overall is the desert. And then when it comes to how you know them, how you met them, we have the 3rd house messages. And then dividing these up, we have how this person behaves towards you, their actions towards you. So to start, we have the Swan. We also have choose wisely in reverse. And we have, I forgive myself for shaming myself for the intensity with which I experience my life. I choose to believe that when I open myself up to the full spectrum of experience, I give myself permission to explore the depths of my being so that I may gain a clear understanding of who I am to be in the world. And then this person's true energy towards you is being represented, or the truth of their energy is being represented by the Crow in reverse, as well as journey, complacency, and gratitude. So I'm just gonna start by saying right off the bat, if I'm describing this person and you have no idea who this is, or this doesn't sound like anyone you know, this is definitely not your pile. Because this is somebody who misses you quite a lot. Now I can't. Come on, man, just let me pick up the card. they could live in the desert or live near the desert. I heard Libya specifically, and aren't Egypt and Libya like neighbors? Are they close by? I feel like they're in the same in the same circle, right? Like north, what was that, northeastern Africa? Yeah. So northeastern Africa could be a significant region. But we also, in this third house card, have Egyptian hieroglyphics and the Eye of Horus. So you could have had your first past life with this person in Egypt, multiple past lives in Egypt. Like, just ancient Egyptian history alone spans thousands of years. So you guys could have hung out there a lot. Certainly don't have to. You could just bond over a mutual interest of ancient cultures, or you just it feels like there's a really old soul tie there. But this person, I'm seeing very clearly in my mind's eye right now, SpongeBob, when he is at Sandy's house and doesn't tell Sandy that he needs water and he's literally like drying out. I feel like that's how this person feels about you. But the interesting thing is, it's like this person doesn't know what to do about you. Like, this is somebody who is not in your zone of awareness for a reason, but they miss you a lot and wish that they were, but they're not sure how to get there. One thing I will say as well, the song A Year Without Rain by Selena Gomez, I shuffled these cards like way before I'm sitting down to do the film, way before I actually sat down to read. And I would literally see the stone, or not the stone, I'd see the tooth. The first time it's not actually a tooth. I would literally see the tooth and I would hear Selena say, like, I would hear that song and I would be like, oh my God. Like, I would just be going about my day. I'd be like, I guess I could not forget that song for pile 3, but it's easy now because we have the desert. How you met this person, quite a few different ways that this could be interpreted. So for some of you, you could have met this person online. Discord specifically is something that I heard. But for others, you could have met this person because you were in similar neighborhoods or ran in similar circles. You could have had mutual friends. This card is similar to the Three of Pentacles tarot card. So this person could be a coworker, a past coworker. Siblings could be involved as well. You could have met them through siblings, or you could have met them, it seems like you've met them through word of mouth communication in some type of way. But if you didn't, if none of those are resonating, then I would say no matter how you met this person, it was like out of nowhere, like a flash of lightning. Like, this person couldn't have seen you coming even if they wanted to, because trust me, they wanted to. And actually, they are very, very gifted spiritually. So if you have spiritual gifts, I would say that this person does as well. That could be a blessing of being in the same soul family, or having the same soul for a select few of you, if you resonate with that. But in terms of how this person is treating you, I feel like they're matching your energy, which I feel like you're not really giving this person any of your energy, and they're not really giving you any of theirs. This situation seems like dead and dry, and it seems like it has been for a while. Like, it's kind of dusty as hell, if I'm being honest. Like, the dust has settled a little bit here for sure. But this person feels like they're going crazy, which is really, really interesting. They need answers about this connection, but they're not ready to face you. Because with this Swan card here, this talks about somebody being like an effortless mystic, being able to tap into energies easily, to match energies easily. And I think that this person is excellent at matching whatever energy somebody is coming forward with. I also think that this person feels a lot more comfortable not diving into deeper experiences if they don't have to. In fact, I think that they're very afraid of this side of themselves where they are able to empathize deeply or, you know, feel things deeply and intensely. I think that that's gotten them in trouble in the past, or they're maybe, their true self is being represented by air. So I do feel like their natural, what the fuck is it called? Their natural, like their strongest way of processing things in their mind is mentally, which we also have another crow here. So I thought I'd say hello. Well, I guess it's technically, is it a raven? A crow or a raven? Well, I named him Ramon, so I feel like Ramon wants to join. So I think so. Ramon is joining for pile 3. Hi, Ramon. Anyway, I feel like this person didn't know what to do when it came to you, so they didn't do anything. And what started out as, I'll cross that bridge when I get there, is I don't even know what bridge to cross now. Maybe there's been a lot of time that's passed, or this person just didn't take action for a really long time. I mean, it makes total sense here for this person to come up as abstinent, not in like a sexual way, but I mean, they could be, but I feel like this person, the intensity of the things that they felt around you made them really uncomfortable. I think what made them most uncomfortable about it actually was how easy it was for them to slip into this intensity and like feel into this intensity and like be open to it. I think that it's almost like addicting when they're around you, but once they're away from you, then the fear set in, and then the overthinking and the ruminating. Because one thing's for sure, you both connect on an intellectual level, and you both are very mentally quick. And in fact, I think even if you're not interacting with this person physically, you may get messages about them all the time. In fact, this seems like an energy where maybe you both watch tarot card readings on each other because neither of you want to talk, or this person, I would say if one of you is not talking, it's likely this person, and I think it's because they just don't know what to do about this situation. And I think that this avoidance of the situation has turned what was originally a molehill into a mountain to this person. Or they could be afraid of making things worse. I do think that they are very hard on themselves. And I almost think it's interesting as well that they're being represented in both cards by birds, different types of birds, of course, but their inner self is being represented by a crow. And with the swan, it's like they project an image that they're put together and a lot more in control than they really are. But one of their, I think this person views it as a curse, but it is a blessing. They are able to feel things deeply. They're able to empathize with others. This person could be an empath or just very highly sensitive to energies. And I definitely think that they feel the same intensity that you feel when you're both around each other, but they are very afraid of it and they don't know what to do with that. So this is the 7 of Cups. So with it in reverse, it's just like they've ruminated themselves into confusion. And so if you feel like this person is really standoffish around you, or they don't take much action, and that's because they're frazzled. They don't know what to do, and they don't want to look abnormal, so they will match your energy. And if your energy is frazzled and you don't know what to do, like, you're both going to mirror that, as you can see here in this swan. But I think that this person is a lot more comfortable mirroring the like people around them that are maybe more surface level and you know, not really intense. Like, you know what you're gonna get with them. Like, they're just kind of here for a good time. Like this, I think this person has maybe a lot of emotional investment in how they show up in the world or what their reputation is. And this connection has kind of toppled all of that on its head. Like, it's really made this person have to like rethink and reassess what they thought was right. And I also think, in terms of right, I mean like what they felt was right for them, what they thought they wanted, and what they knew to be true, what they knew to be real. And I think that they are realizing that, or if they haven't realized it, Spirit wants you to be aware of it, is that they don't avoid you because they don't like you. They avoid you because they like you a lot, and they don't know what to do about the intensity of what they're experiencing. Because when we look at their truest self here, we have the Crow, but it's in reverse. So this would tell me that this person right now is unbalanced. And I think more than anything, I think they're ungrounded, which I think is just further reiterated by this complacency card. Because I think this person actually holds a lot of guilt about not taking action towards this connection. They could have moved away or just walked away, and maybe somebody walked away and then the other person moved away. Like, it almost kind of seems like this person is kind of reflecting on this connection, like, you know, before it started, who they were before it started, who they were during it, who they are now, if this connection is in separation, or it's like, I don't even feel like it's an on and off thing. Like, this is either a past person or somebody that you feel like the pause button has been pressed, but like you have a sinking feeling, or just you have a feeling that like this situation is going to come back around. Like, the story here isn't over yet. And I would say the fact that Spirit wants to talk about it, probably right. So with when the Crow's up, right, it talks about being incredibly spiritually strong and aware, and being able to see like the past, present, and the future, and know what to predict. Oh my God, Spirit is like so into the Twilight references tonight. But if this person was Edward Cullen, you would be Bella, in the sense that like this person can't read you, and like it freaks them out, especially when they're really good at reading people. They're really good at picking up on people's energy. They have a hard time picking up on yours. And like they weren't even able to predict you coming into their life. And so this is like this connection, I think, is the biggest thing. That this connection is torture to them, if I'm being honest. But I think there's ASO side note, I think they're being slightly dramatic, but I could be wrong. I don't want to invalidate their feelings, but it just kind of seems like, you know, with this Desert card here, it's like they're searching for answers and for relief when it comes to this connection. But you know, like the phrase, like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It's like this person is dying for answers, or dying for something in this connection to change, just so that they can get out of this energy. Because it's like this person is either desperate for answers, desperate to understand why they either can't let go of your energy, or like why there's something deeper here. This person may also be struggling like spiritually. So like maybe they're not a very spiritual person, and now they're having a lot of they're having spiritual awakenings, or they're realizing where maybe their perspective was off. It just kind of seems like there's a lot of energy around this person where life has kind of showed them that they don't have it all figured out. And they know for a fact they don't have it figured out when it comes to your connection. And I feel like they hope that if they just, you know, continued gracefully moving about life, that they would eventually forget this connection. They would eventually forget you. But I think that you and this person still communicate all the time on the astral. Like, I think your higher selves communicate with one another. You likely have dreams about one another. But I think that this person just doesn't know what to do. And I think part of the problem is that they haven't really surrendered this connection yet. Like, they still are kind of putting it all on them to completely figure out how to do things. They're also shaming themselves really hard for not knowing what to do and not knowing how to act. And what's interesting with this ungrounded energy here, we also have complacency. So I feel like this person is really in their head right now, and it's kind of like it is kind of it is kind of torture for them. It does feel like torture to them, because they just want to be released from this energy. And I feel like they feel like they've already either lost their chance with you, or that they've waited too long, or that there's nothing that they can do to change this. But I think that's a lot about their attitude. Like, I think that they're being very defeatist about things, but I also think that because they are ruminating a lot, they're not very grounded, and they're really in their head. They're not able to take action in effective ways. And so as a result, I think they could be stuck in analysis paralysis when it comes to this connection. Like, they just don't know what to do. But I think it's really interesting that we have this gratitude card here, because you've definitely opened this person's third eye. And I think that they're incredibly grateful for you. I think they're incredibly grateful to know you. I don't know if they're grateful for the connection, because right now I think that they're going through a lot. But I think that they recognize that no matter what has gone down between the two of you, you have played such an integral role in helping this person see the truth of themselves, to see the truth of their life. And they're really grateful for everything you've taught them about themselves. And they're really grateful that whenever I hear sirens now, I think of Archangel Michael. So Archangel Michael could be protecting this connection, or just could be significant to either of you. Somebody could be like could work in the medical field. It could be like an EMS, emergency medical, an EMT, not an EMS, emergency medical technician, or a nurse, or something like that. I feel like this person is recognizing that your souls are on some type of journey, or that you're not a coincidence by any means. And I think they're feeling grateful. I think they're feeling grateful that you don't hate them, if I'm being honest. I mean, maybe you do and you haven't told them that. They're still grateful for the lessons at the very least. But I think one thing that they're grateful for is that you're still kind to them if you do interact with them. Like, I feel like they've been expecting this royal ass ripping, or like this, I feel like they've been waiting for you to like really give it to them, like to really tell them off, or to be really mean to them, or to put them in their place, and you haven't done that, and they're really grateful for it. I think they're also grateful, like, if you've been giving this person just the space that they need to figure their life out, they're really grateful for that. But at the same time, they're not really doing anything to change the situation. Like, they're kind of throwing themselves a bit of a pity party, if I'm being honest. And so I think Spirit is kind of like, if this person was in an oven, like, they would be turning up the heat. Well, I guess that's a pressure cooker. I don't know. That came out wrong. What I meant to say was, I feel like this, like, Spirit is turning up the heat when it comes to this person. And like, they're really like, the energies are around, either around this connection, or around this person taking action towards this connection, or taking action that is going to help them find clarity. Like, that action may not be towards you. It could be towards this person finding clarity, or something like that. They're slowly but surely being forced by the universe to face this energy head on, because all they want to do right now is avoid it and worry about it. They don't want to make any concrete decisions or take any action towards it. And I think Spirit is saying, like, you're kind of walking in circles in the middle of the desert here. This isn't really a very effective use of your time. If you're communicating with this person, though, I would say that they just really miss you. One specific message, I don't want this to trigger anyone, and this may not resonate for you. I could be totally wrong, but I feel called to give it, so I'm going to. If this is a long distance type thing, and this person is talking about coming to see you or is saying that they've already made plans to come see you, I would double check with them, or I would really grill them about what their actual plans are, because I think that this is totally the type of person who is like, I'll book the flight, or I'll do this, or I'll do that, and then they wait until the last minute, and then it like either ruins things, or this person is just like, they could be buying themselves time because they're not sure what to do yet. And I guess like, I just want you to be aware that like, if they, out of concern for you, if this person is saying like that they're either like, especially if you're going out of your way to like host them or have them, make sure you know like what their flight is, what they're doing. Make sure you get a solid itinerary and plan from them, because I feel like this person is like, their intention is to do the thing, but their practical ability to follow through on that is not as solid. And so while I don't think that this person would like intentionally flake on you, I do think that this person would unintentionally flake on you because they're not very good at planning ahead. But that's only for some of you. So, okay, let's go ahead and see what this person is thinking about now. And I'm sure that message is for, you know, like 1 or 2 people. But, you know, even just one person, I want to make sure I get those messages out. Like, that felt important. But I feel like for a lot of you, there's really not much, like, going on, at least on a physical level, between you and this person. Like, it seems like shit has been pretty dry between the 2 of you. Or at least that's what this person thinks, because they miss you a lot. But I think that they have a hard time even admitting like that maybe they're the one creating the distance because they refuse to take action. It's like it's almost like this, oh my God, you know what it is? Spirit is literally drying out every source for this person to get information from other people, because the more that because they need to come to a conclusion about this connection on their own. And the more that they rely on the opinions of others to give them the right guidance, the more unsettled Spirit is forcing them to feel. Like, Spirit might be intentionally sending them to bad people to get advice from, because like it's unsettling them to the point where they're like, I need to get this figured out, or I need to figure out how to, they're recognizing that like they gotta figure this out on their own. And that's actually something that the desert talks about, is like, even though the desert looks dead, it's still vibrant and alive. You just kind of have to pay attention. And like, I think that this person, like, there's a lot like going on like underground and shit. So I think that Spirit is really encouraging this person to kind of go within and figure out their truth about this connection. And this person is really resistant to that because of maybe their own judgments that they have about people feeling things deeply, or their own fears of finding out like what their truth about this situation might actually be. I think they're afraid of facing that. So, and what's even more interesting is that this is the 8th house tarot, and the 8th house is all about endings and beginnings. So let's go ahead and see what this person is thinking about in terms of you. So Spirit, what is pile 3's person thinking about when it comes to Ace of Cups? Yeah. I will say, if you don't want to hear about romantic interest, the first 2 were not really about romance at all. So if you felt drawn to another pile, I definitely think it's referring to somebody else. Page of Wands now. I just heard in my head, like, wish we could turn back time to the good old days. Yeah, we have the moon in reverse. It's Pisces energy here. Yeah, they're really confused by all of the telepathic communication. Once again, Spirit's saying I need to get 6 instead of 5. We have Capricorn. We have the Devil in reverse. Okay, this is one of my favorite tarot decks, but I still have beef with it, because in every other card, except for the majors, They put the card title in this bigger black font, and then they put the astrological placement in the parentheses. But in the major cards, they put the astrological placement in the big black font, and they put the card name in the parentheses. And it's just freaking confusing. So sorry if I pull out a major arcana and I'm like, this is the Capricorn card. And then I'm like, no, it's the devil. Okay, so I'm gonna take that one, but it's going here, the Spirit's telling me, and I'm pulling the rest back. Okay, so yeah, we have Temperance in reverse. Okay, so clarifying the Ace of Cups. Yeah, wow. Okay, we have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay, so Spirit, can you clarify the Page of Wands, please? Yeah, we have the Magician in reverse. How about the Moon, Spirit? The 5 of Pentacles in reverse. Page of Swords upright. Six of Pentacles in reverse. Devil. Page of Pentacles upright. Okay, how about Temperance, please? Queen of Wands upright. And finally, on the back of the deck, we have the Fool in reverse. This makes so much sense. So the universe is really pushing this person to instigate a new start here. And in fact, one thing that I'm hearing is you might find yourself, like, if you, well, I guess whenever you, this is a timeless reading, so whenever you find it, if you find yourself being like, feeling like there's something coming when it comes to this connection, but things between the two of you are like extra dead and you feel like you have no reason to believe that, or you're just, your energy around it is going back and forth, I think it's because you're kind of tapped into this person's energy. Because this person is really ready. Like, what is that? Is that the Knight of Pentacles? Yeah, Knight of Pentacles and the Hierophant. Jeez, how many of these were? Okay, I guess just, I trust that the ones that need to come out, but sometimes people will be like, you didn't shuffle enough or something like that. And it's like, no, just the reversals need to come out. Anyway, this person wants a new beginning with you. But one thing that I'm hearing is that they need to be humbled to the point where they can recognize that they're taking themselves and life a little too seriously right now. It's almost like there's nothing you can do, and there's really nothing Spirit can do except amplify the pressure, because like this person isn't going to see the truth of this or see the truth of this connection, whatever it may be, until they've seen it themselves. Like, this person will not take action until, like, let me be clear, like, they're stubborn as hell, and they will not take action until they feel sure of themselves. So with the Ace of Cups being clarified by the 10 of Pentacles in reverse, I definitely think that this person wants a new emotional start with you, or wants that opportunity to create something. But I think what really scares them is, one, they might have come from a really dysfunctional family, or they could have trauma around like the family relationships in their life, or they could be really committed to their family. Like, maybe they take care of their family and they worry that they won't have enough time for their family. But I also think maybe there could be pressure to not, they could feel pressure from like their family to not change the status quo of things, is something that I'm getting. But I also think there's this fear of like this person thinking of, well, what if I do offer you something or instigate this new emotional beginning, and it doesn't lead to something solid or substantial. I feel like this person, and that's kind of the difficult thing about this crow energy. You know, the crow talks about being able to see the past, present, and future. And I feel like this person sees you as somebody that's like end game. And so that's really overwhelming to them. And it's like, yeah, that does sound overwhelming, but like, can we maybe admit that we're making an assumption about something that we haven't even explored yet? And I think that's one thing that Spirit is trying to get this person to realize. I also think that something slowing this person down is that they beat themselves up a lot and they don't believe in their own abilities. Because with the Magician in reverse here and the Page of Wands upright, they definitely see themselves as this Page of Wands, when in reality, they have the ability to be the Magician. Because with this Mercury, because the Magician is ruled by Mercury, which is, I can never say it right, Mercury. And Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo. So those placements could be significant. But I definitely think that this person is a really gifted communicator. They're really gifted with their words, which may be a little difficult for you to sit with when maybe there's a lack of clarity and not a whole lot of communication here. But I think that this person thinks that they don't have it figured out yet. And I think one thing that they don't realize is that their own negative thoughts and beliefs, either about themselves, this connection, life, love in general, I think that they don't recognize how their own words disempower them. And I think that they think a lot of negative thoughts about you to them. So like they kind of project things like, oh, well, I'm sure pile 3 hates me because I haven't reached out, or I'm sure pile 3 thinks I'm a piece of shit, or like they almost bully themselves into not doing anything. But what's driving them insane is with this moon energy here, they want to get out of the dark here. Like they're tired of being in the dark about this connection, about what's going on, about what's meant to happen. They're tired of feeling this internal pull. They could be especially affected by moon cycles as well. This is Pisces energy, but like Cancer energy could be significant as well. It definitely seems like with the moon in reverse and the 5 of Pentacles in reverse, it's like they recognize now that their fear, one thing that they have learned, like I think one of their fears originally was that they've gotten over their survival fears. That's what it is. Gotcha. Okay. So one fear that they've gotten over is the fear of surviving. It's like this person has gotten themselves into a more comfortable place where they're able to exist outside of survival mode. I definitely think for a while they were very afraid of their financial situation, but it does kind of seem like that's resolving. Like that's something that they're gaining clarity on and they're working through. But I think that this person is recognizing that even though they're getting out of a difficult position, whether it be financially or just in life, like maybe they didn't have a whole lot of time to themselves, or they were stretched really thin, like maybe they could have been like investing, or that 3rd house card talks about like having your own business and things like that. So this person could have been really just like working hard and focusing on getting themselves out of a difficult situation, or focusing on building something. But with the Page of Swords here, this person wants to reach out, but they know they don't have a whole lot to give. And so they're afraid of reaching out and that reach out being rejected by you. And with this Page of Swords here, I think this person is aware that they're not really able to come forward in the most authentic way yet. I mean, we have I see you in this Queen of Wands here, and I see this person in all the Page energies, which is interesting because I think this is a lot more about how they see themselves rather than how they truly are. But because they see themselves that way, that's how they are, that's how they exist. So for this person, I think one thing that they're afraid of is that they don't want to reach out and have their measly offer be rejected. But also I think they're afraid of, kind of opening that door up and then realizing that they don't have enough to give, or that they're not enough for you. Because I think this person's self-esteem is already pretty is already pretty rough. I think another thing as well that I wasn't thinking about also was I think that they worry about how your family will see them. And so they worry about like, will their family tell me not to, or like, will their family disapprove of me? Like this person worries about everything. Like they definitely have a very overactive either third eye or just mind in general, but their third eye may be overactive to the point where they like, it seems like you both are picking up on each other a lot, but I think you also pick up on each other's fears and doubts and insecurities, and those build as well. But with the see, I fucking said it again, with the Capricorn, god damn it, just do everything the same way, I don't get it. See, this is a perfect example. My Virgo moon is like, it's ineffective in terms of communicating because it confuses me, and also it looks different, it looks weird, and I'm just like, pick one, put all of them in one way. If you're gonna put the astrological placements in parentheses, do it for all of them. And if you're gonna put the titles in these big black letters, then do that for all of them. Keep them the same. Ugh, God, okay, anyway. I still love this deck. It's just, come on. This person is definitely like tied to their work in an unhealthy way. I think that they use work as a form of escapism, but also I do think that for some of you, this person is investing a lot of time and energy into their career, and they are still viewing themselves as like a novice in whatever they're doing. But what's interesting is that I think what they don't realize is that they are perpetually putting themselves in that position. I feel like they're further along than they think. But when it comes to this Devil card, I think one thing that they don't see themselves as is valuable. They don't see themselves as worthy of anything. And this has nothing to do with you. And if I'm being honest, even if you see the world in this person, you can't show them that themselves. They have to be able to see this themselves, and it's not your job to show them these things. And so Spirit's really saying, you know, if you're showing up as this Queen of Wands, they don't see themselves as on your level. So having them come forward is right now, at the very least, or expecting them to, is really not gonna be productive for either of you, because this person is seeing you as either way out of their league or just way better than them, and they're not seeing themselves as good enough. Because with the Sagittarius energy being here, I feel like one thing that they are really afraid of is, for some, this person could have a lot of pride. They may be worried about being like emasculated by you if you're particularly like successful or impressive in your own right. This person may just be intimidated, and I feel like they want to be viewed, they want to see themselves as your equal and not as somebody lesser than you. And you might be like, well, I don't see them as lesser than me, but they see themselves as lesser than you, and that's the problem. As long as they see themselves as lesser than you, this connection cannot be equal. It cannot have a balanced give and take. And so I feel like this person is really imbalanced, and you may find that you're imbalanced as well. So if that's the case, I would definitely encourage you to find balance on your own, because it may help this person as well. But I also think that this person is impatient because they see you as somebody that could have anyone that they want. And so it's like, I almost feel like this person is waiting until the last second. Like, they almost want to see you either move on with someone else or move on with your life, so that they can almost prove to themselves that they were, I hate this attitude, man. Like, they almost want to be able to prove to themselves that they were right all along, that they weren't good enough for you, and that there's somebody better out there for you. It's such a defeatist attitude. And I think Spirit is saying, like, no, like, we're not gonna let you get away with having this mentality that's so defeating. A lot of, even if you're in a good place and you're doing great, you know, if this person can't show up in that same energy, it's not gonna be what you want. And so with this Fool in reverse here, it's like this person feels like they don't feel like a fool. They feel like a fucking dumbass. Like, they feel like they can't do anything right, and they want to take this new leap of faith, but they don't even know how to put the work in to get there. And I think that they're so caught up in their own thought patterns and beliefs that right now I think that they feel like they would do nothing but take away from you. And I hate that. I hate that that's their mentality. But I think what Spirit is saying is, this is somebody, which, I mean, I think that this is not just this person, but this is most people in life. Like, people have to figure out these lessons themselves. And like, it doesn't matter how much love you pour into this person, how much confidence you pour into this person, or how much you help them. If they can't see it themselves, they are not going to believe it, and they are not going to embody that as truth. So Spirit is saying, we are driving this person insane, quite literally, so that they will start surrendering and start being open to what their own internal guidance is telling them, what their truth is. They are literally being isolated. And I think one difficult thing right now is that they're not physically isolated from people. I actually think that they might be really scared right now, because one thing that, which if you're spiritual, you'll probably understand this. And I don't say this as like like spiritual people think that they're better than other people. They don't. But the more you grow and evolve spiritually, the more difficult it is at times the more isolating it can be. Because when everyone around you is only interested in, very superficial things, like the cars they're driving and the people they're fucking and how much money they're making and like the clothes that they're wearing, there's not a lot of whole deep meaning in that. And for somebody who's trying to understand the secrets of life and is fascinated by that and kind of doing all that, it's hard after you've been awakened to certain aspects of a spiritual experience. It's hard to kind of go back down to earth and be like, oh yeah, sure, Larry's new car is looking real spiffy or whatever the fuck. Like, they feel lonely in the groups of people that they used to feel camaraderie with, and it's scary. And so now they're literally being forced to go within, because they're being isolated from everyone around them. Not literally like Spirit's doing it, but they don't know that. So they just feel like there's something freaky in the air. They may not understand what's happening. I do think that this person is also going through some ego deaths right now. I will say, if they're doing psychedelics, it's likely that that could quicken this process. So honestly, like, I feel like this energy could be completely different within the span of a week. But because it's not a lot about, it's a lot about how this person sees themselves. It's not a lot about the truth of things. Because, like, honestly, it's not even like, they're not even thinking about you. Like, well, actually, that's not fair either, because they think about you all the time, and like in an imbalanced way, where they kind of put you on a pedestal, and they use you as a reason as to why they're like not good enough yet. Like, if they're not on your level, then they're not good enough for you. Or like, they may need to feel like they're better than you to feel like they're good enough for you. And I don't mean that in like they need to see themselves as better than you, but like, maybe, for example, if this is somebody who really cares about like their masculinity, for example, they may want to feel like they make more money, or that they want to feel like more in control and more powerful, and they don't feel very powerful right now. And there's a lot of power that is shared, in a lot of power and intensity that is shared in this connection. And while you may feel powerful enough to face it, this person doesn't. This person is very afraid by that power, and they want to be powerful themselves. And so Spirit's all their life lessons right now are literally getting them to realize that they've had the power within them this whole time, and to recognize that they can handle more power than they think. Like it's exactly this with the Magician and the Page of Wands. It's like they think they're a Page of Wands, when in reality, if they saw themselves as a magician, they could be manifesting at magician levels right now. But I think Spirit is keeping them in this smaller mindset, so long as their mindset is really predominantly negative, and predominantly, because a lot of their thoughts are not necessarily about you, in like a, because they don't because they think about you in a very positive light. I think that they fantasize about you a lot. Like I think they think about you a lot when they're going to sleep, but I do think that they also try to avoid thinking too deeply about you, because then they get anxious about it. So I think a lot of their thoughts revolve around the fact that you make them feel like they're not good enough. And I think what they need to realize is you're not the one that's making them feel good enough. You're just existing. They're the ones comparing themselves to you, and instead of recognizing you as somebody that wants to collaborate, wants to communicate, wants to live your life with them, or explore what life with them might be like, they're not able to view it that way. They're viewing it as, you know, they could hurt me, they're more powerful than me, I could be really screwed over in this situation. And so I think that they're protecting themselves mainly, but I honestly think that, I hate this, but I think that when they think about you, it's almost like a form of self-harm for them, because they just beat themselves up about how they're not good enough and how they can't do anything right. And it's just like, no, like, because they do have these times of hope. And I do think that you're very instrumental in helping that. Like, maybe if you send this person good energy or things like that. But I think what you need to realize is that, like, no matter how many good vibes you're sending this person, it can help the energy, but you can't, this person has to learn this lesson themselves. And so I think one of the most difficult things for you is that you kind of just have to surrender this situation and say, well, I got to keep doing me. So if this person comes around, great, but I'm not going to, I mean, if you want to wait for them, absolutely, that's your prerogative. But I think what Spirit is saying for you is that you have to be at peace with the fact that you can't teach this person their lessons for them. You can't learn their lessons for them, and that, you know, people learn lessons at different paces, and not everyone is going to evolve and ascend as quickly as you will. And so unfortunately, that means that you have to keep going towards the light and hope that the people that you want to continue to be there, that they'll catch up with you. But the thing is that if this person is meant to catch up with you, they will. I do think that they're figuring it out right now, and Spirit's putting the pressure on them. Like I feel like people discount this so much, and even I did as well. But it's hard to remember, especially when you're getting a reading online, that like this isn't just some. I used to call myself a bitch reading cards. I would say I'm just a bitch reading cards, but I know that's very much not the case now, as I have grown and learned about what I do. And we really discount how powerful Spirit is, and it's like we're like these dumb little humans that are just so weak and so fragile, and like Spirit is so much more intelligent than us and knows so much more than we do. And I think one thing that you need to understand, like if you're getting frustrated with the timing of the universe, or frustrated that this person isn't coming forward or something like that, I think you need to understand that like the universe is all powerful, but they're not a miracle worker. And like this person is very stubborn. So like the universe is putting on the pressure, like putting it on, like, but I feel like you need to trust that they are. And to trust that they're doing things in the most divine way. Like you might wish that you could just fix this problem yourself, or this person wishes that they could. And I think a big part of what you both need to learn is that neither of you have all of the answers in terms of how to fix this connection, or how to bring it to a place where you both are going to be happy. Because I think Spirit is trying to get you both to realize that this is all like not just this connection, but life in general. Like there's so much more to it, and it's so much grander than just your limited human perspective of it. And this connection, one of the biggest lessons about it is truly trusting that spirit has your back here, and that like, and whatever spirit has your back means like, so if it's, you know, I talk all the time about how rejection is divine protection. So this person clearly is not coming forward because they know that they can't come correctly, or that they're not ready yet. And so spirit is not going to compel this person to come forward, because they know if they do right now, this person's insecurities are going to get the best of them, and it's not going to end well. So spirit will intentionally block things, or put the pressure on, or shift shit around to make things happen. You just have to trust and be patient, because our human perception of timing is so much different than, like, what feels like eons to us is a blip of time for your guides. And like time always goes slower when you're staring at the clock. That's what I'll say. But time flies when you're having fun. And so I think spirit is saying, you know, this person is not your problem to worry about, and you cannot fix their problems for them. In fact, I feel like if this connection was in separation, or before it went into separation, maybe one of the things that you've learned over this separation is that you are not meant to, it's not your job to fix people or to heal them. Like you got to focus on you, and they got to focus on them. Like happiness, we all have to find our happiness ourselves. Happiness is a responsibility that falls solely upon the person who is seeking it. And you can't project hopes that someone else will make us happy. But yeah, I'm going to finish off. So I'm definitely intrigued to see what's going to come out in the extended, because this is definitely the first extended where I feel like this person's energy will actually come through. But we're going to get advice before we do that. So Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 3 when it comes to this connection? Because here's the thing, like, this connection isn't going anywhere. Like, you really can't mess it up. Like, it's, listen, I like to say that sharks are like nature's example of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because, like, they have barely evolved for hundreds of millions of years. And while I feel like, while sharks haven't necessarily evolved, I think that this connection has to a place where it's very solid, and it's like you don't need to know what the next move is, how things are going to happen. Like, listen, the universe is so smart, and like, you are really discounting how intelligent the universe is smarter than you. Like, with peace and love, I don't care how smart you are, the universe is smarter than you. And like, it knows way fucking more than you do. It knows way more than I do. It knows way more than any of us do combined. All of our brain power, every single one of us, it knows more. Like, it is the pool of collective consciousness. Like, it is far more fucking intelligent than any of us combined. And you really need to stop putting all of this pressure on yourself and have these expectations of like, I need to figure out how to do this, or what do I need to do? All you need to do is to be, and to trust that if this person figures it out, they will come forward. But it's not your job to help them figure it out. They have to find their worth themselves. They have to climb out of this rut themselves. Because even if you did help them out of it, they wouldn't have learned the lesson that they're meant to learn, which is that they have so much more power than they give themselves credit for. So if you helped them out of this rut that they're in, or this, for example, this gaping hole that they're in, then they would just feel guilty about the fact that they couldn't do it all on their own, that they had help from someone, and that they're weak, and that they need people to rely on in order to do, like, this person, I'm telling you, you have to let them figure things out on their own, because they're not going to learn it if anybody else does it. So let's start looking at your advice now. We have yes, just say yes. So I think one thing that Spirit is saying is like, just because this situation may not be panning out the way you wanted it to or the way you were expecting it to. Spirit is really asking you to not push away any opportunities that you have or experiences that you want to happen. Spirit is asking you to not put your life on hold for this person, to keep going, to keep living. And if this person wants to come join you, they will. But they need to they're not in a place where they're ready to join you. And so at some point you have to be like, okay, well, shit or get off the pot. And so I think you're ready to get off the pot. You've taken a shit, you're ready to get off the pot, you're ready to go live life. And so I think Spirit is saying, you know, stop saying no, stop waiting on this person to catch up. Keep going, keep moving forward, keep staying open to opportunities, keep trying new things, keep following your own path, keep ascending. Because this person, if they are meant to catch up with you, they will. And I think Spirit is saying, you know, we don't want you to push away any opportunities for you, good opportunities for you, because you're focused on this person. That's codependent, that's not healthy. We also have dance with life, do something to change your energy. So one thing that I think Spirit is saying as well is that you are very susceptible to getting, I think you and this person are both very guilty of kind of ruminating into oblivion. Like, and I feel like you get stuck in some funky energies sometimes and don't know how to get out of them, because I think you're so focused on the fact that you're in a bad energy. You're not really thinking about solutions because you're worried about, why is my energy bad? Like, what's going on? Like, why do I feel like this? Why? I think Spirit is saying, instead of trying to understand why, just be open to how you can change it. If you don't like it, how can you change it? Not everything needs to have an explanation behind it, which is something that, like, as a Virgo moon, like, I'm like, I beg to differ. Like, I overanalyze the shit out of everything. And like, I just, at some point, you know, analyzing things just isn't helpful anymore. Like, if you did not find the solution before, I don't think you're going to find it with the same range of information your brain had when it first started thinking about a topic or ruminating over a topic. We also have play, have fun, celebrate, don't be so serious. Exactly. Spirit is saying, have fun. Don't be focused on this person. Like, I think that you have ascended and evolved a lot and learned a lot of lessons, and like, you're ready to kind of coast a little bit and just kind of have a good time. And Spirit's saying you're absolutely right. You just need to have fun. You need to play. You need to do your own thing. Like, oh my gosh, I just saw, is it DW from Arthur, where she's like, watching everyone else swim from outside the fence or something. It's almost like Spirit wants you to be out having fun and like doing fun things, because that's actually going to help this person. It's going to motivate this person to like get their shit together, because they're going to realize like they're in a pity party for one, you know, and they're going to recognize like your playful, lighthearted energy will put less pressure on the connection in general. Oh my gosh, this has come out for every single pile so far, but we have Pillar of Light, your vibration is rising, you are the Oracle. And so Spirit is saying, you know, you're starting to tap into your own power, you're starting to tap into your own energy. Do not feel like you're doing anything wrong at this point. You're doing amazing. You're growing and you're evolving, but it's not your problem to solve these person's lessons. You've already learned these page lessons, okay? You're in Queen energy at the very least. You could be a lot more evolved than that. But like, this person thinks that they are still at a page level, even if they aren't. And so they either need to have some awareness that they're more evolved than they think they are, or they need to learn these lessons so that they can allow themselves to evolve. But no matter what, part of your vibration rising and part of you feeling free and at peace with this connection is recognizing that you can't control it, and that surrendering it is going to be the healthiest thing for you in the long run, because not only do you not deserve to worry about it and wonder how it will happen, but also like, how unfair is it to you to push away opportunities or experiences that could be really enriching and fun for you because you're unsure of what might happen, or you're afraid it might sabotage this connection. Your life is so much more than this connection. And while this connection clearly is a significant part of your life, it's not everything. And for this person, it's not everything either. And so that's a big lesson that both of you have to even be aware of before you even come together, because you have to be individuals. And I think that you're doing a great job of being an individual, but you have to recognize that not everybody is gonna get it together as quickly as you are, or ascend as quickly as you will, or be in that place. A lot of surrendering is recognizing that we're all learning life at different paces, and we all need different lessons and time and different experiences to learn what we need to learn. The beautiful thing is that this isn't your issue. This is the universe's issue to deal with. All you have to do is have fun. And like, literally all the universe is asking you to do is to have more fun. Like, I think that's like, sure. Like, I think we could all do that. And on the back of the deck, we have protection, call back your power, cut cords, soul retrieval, and unbound, releasing soul patterns, contracts, past lives. So I definitely think that the one thing this person is doing right now is, and I think that you've already done a lot of this. So if a lot of people have left your life recently, I think there's a good reason as to why. But with this protection card, this person's energy seems to be affecting yours. So if you need to like detach from their energy, I would. But I honestly think doing something like dancing, or just like, you know, dancing to happy music or something like that could be enough to kind of protect your energy and change it. But I do think that if you know for a fact this person's energy is negatively affecting you, call back your power and detach from it, and just say, okay, I'm detaching with peace and love. Like, I'm detaching from your energy. Like, I need to be focused on me. Like, nothing bad's gonna happen. If anything, only good shit's gonna happen, because you're gonna be focusing on how you can protect yourself. So pile 3, I'm going to leave your reading here and take it over to the extended now. So in the extended, we're kind of wiping the slate clean, but since this is a romantic interest, not entirely, because I'm sure they'll come through, because we are going to see who has dirty thoughts about you. So we're gonna, depending on how many people come through, like so far there have been multiple people in each pile, we will see who's having dirty thoughts about you. We'll get channeled messages. You know, there's like dice and shit. It's cool. It's a fun time. I really like this read. I really like the extended. So it's like a whole different reading in of itself. So if you're interested in checking that out, please do. But if you are leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for watching my ads, especially for those of you who want to support me, but do not have the financial means to do so, which I absolutely understand. Watching the ads is literally the best way to support me. And so if you want to support me, but you can't necessarily give in a financial way, which is completely understandable, and I don't expect anyone to, watching my ads is the best thing that you can do for me. You could also follow my social media. You do want to support me monetarily, you can check out my merch. But another free way to support me is you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe. Thank you so much for 260,000 subscribers, by the way. That's so unreal to me, but I'm so grateful. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. So I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. If you guys chose the Rainbow Clear Quartz and the Wildwood Tarot, this is going to be your reading on who is thinking about you and what are they thinking about. So to make sure this is actually your reading, we have to see if you know who this person is first. So to start, we're gonna look, this person actually has 2 archetypes that came out. This is only pile with that, but this person overall is being represented by the Venom and by the Healer, which I feel like I want to, yeah, that feels more right. Well, they looked so nice layered, and then I had to mess it up. Okay, anyway, so this card represents how you know them or how you met them, how you're connected to them. And for this, we have the 11th house, friends. And I'll go into detail, by the way. I'm just showing you guys what came out first. So on this side, we have how this person behaves towards you. So to further confirm their actions should make sense. So to start with how this person behaves towards you, we have the starfish, we have the heart chakra, and we have the abstinent, comfort. I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. I choose to believe that each time I give myself permission to change my mind and commit to a new way of showing up in the world, I allow myself to be moved to where a deeper possibility of comfort exists. So this is interesting. This is the second pile where an ego message has come out about avoidance. So there could be some connected energy. I will say, though, if you felt drawn to any other piles, the energies are different in each pile. That's what I will say so far. So far they have been, at least. So, and then this side will represent this person's true energy towards you. So we have actions on this side, but like who they truly are, what they're, how they truly feel about you, what they truly think of you, that sort of thing is on this side. So to start, we have the beaver. We have victory in reverse. And we have growth with the heart chakra again. So, wow, okay. This is really fascinating. Okay, I'm trying to think if I want to switch. I do kind of want to switch this again. I don't know if I'm happy with it like this. Motherfucker, like just get... Really starting this reading out strong. Okay. No, I hate it. Okay, we're going with this. All right, just pretend that they're on both sides at once. So a couple of interesting things so far. This person that's coming through has been the most cohesive in terms of the way they present their energy to you and the way that their energy towards you actually is out of any pile so far. So, you know, I guess we're saving the most authentic. Well, I guess I don't want to like give this person a trophy for being super authentic. Like all the energies have been different and they've all been equally fascinating. But let's talk about this person because they are, wow. I'm almost kind of like lost for words, and maybe that's how you feel about this person, or maybe that's how this person feels about you. This could be a friend. This could be a family member or a romantic relationship. No matter what, I don't feel like this is somebody, this is definitely somebody that you have a deep, profound connection to, whether you're both aware of it or not. So obviously, like if it's a family member, then you're going to be aware of that. But if it's a friend or a romantic interest, you may have more trouble recognizing that. But this is definitely this is somebody that you have history with, if I'm going to be honest. Or history in the making. This could be a situationship or something like that. But whoever this is, like when I see these two cards together, I was thinking of the meme that was like, I can be your angel or I can be your devil, but like angel is spelled wrong. So it says like, I can be your angel or your devil or something like that. I think you've seen this person at their best and at their worst. And I think that this is one really radical thing about this person is that they own the fact that they are multidimensional. They own the fact that they own that fact so much that they refuse to allow one card to come out. They're like, you can't define me by that. And they even chose like a very positive card, well, what would be deemed as a very positive card and a very negative card, right? This is somebody who is a wounded healer. And so they could be a life path 11, because I'm pretty sure that's like the wounded healer life path. but they certainly don't have to be. They could also be a life path too, which is just, it's a similar vibration to 11. But that doesn't mean that this person is completely healed. In fact, quite the opposite. This person is committed to growing through what they go through, which it's interesting that I said that, and I forgot. As I said growing, I was like, oh shit, this growth card is here. This is somebody who, you know what this person has? They have grit and they have character. This, I feel like I can't even give them words, but Spirit, I'm sorry. The reason I paused is because Spirit wanted me to talk about, there's something that the book that this comes from, it like has a really good point about like the wounded healer stuff. And I just wanted to read it because I felt like it would be helpful. The wounded healer is not someone who was wounded and is now healed. It is someone who continues to courageously break open the self and ego as a means for deep integration. So this is somebody who looks at themselves objectively, and also somebody who really cares about other people. I think this is somebody that's very compassionate, but at the same time, they recognize that they're only human, and that they can be just as toxic as anyone else or behave in toxic ways. So I wouldn't be shocked if this is somebody that, I wouldn't say that you had like a toxic relationship, because for some of you, I almost feel like this could have been a romantic interest that you were never like, that never got beyond the stage of friends, or like friends with benefits, or like things got complicated. Because there's so much emotion here, but there feels like a lack of, there's a lack of a solid foundation here. It just seems like the energy that I get from this pile, like from this person, whatever went down between you and them, it really does feel like there's lingering energy from however you two have interacted on the 3D. And for some, like, it may not make sense for this person or for you, because this person has a lot of love for you. I think I honestly could say that this person loves you. Like they love you. They absolutely adore you. And it's interesting because this could be a very complicated situation for some of you. Or for others, this could be somebody that you're in separation with, or this could be somebody that you are, this could be like a good friend, you know, that you've had your highs and lows with. But this is definitely somebody who is they're not a saint by any means. You know, with the venom and the healer, it's like all of their growth, all of their healing has come from facing the darkness within them and facing the darkness around them and integrating that. It's come from recognizing where they spew venom at others and how they can be toxic to others. This is somebody who has recognized how they may use substances or things like that to avoid themselves, or maybe that's something they did in the past, or maybe that's something that you both bond over, or that's something that you both are aware of. But this person is a healer, and I definitely think that that's not something that they would call themselves. They may say that they like to help people, or that they feel very passionate about that, but this person has a very healing energy. I think that they're not really aware of it. And honestly, I think that this person can be biased in a negative way towards themselves. Like, I think that if you were to talk about this person, you would look at the positives before you looked at the negatives. But I think that which I'm sure most people are that way. You know, we look at the negatives about ourselves and we see the positives in others. But this person, I think honestly, the only thing that they have a distortion about is they may think that they're more toxic, or that they have more to work on than they really do, because this person has already overcome a lot, and they do seem to be a well-balanced, well-rounded individual. And this is somebody, like, they have an open heart space, and they're growing and actively learning from their lessons. So this is honestly like a pretty healthy individual, and somebody who, if you've been through difficult experiences in the past, they've definitely learned from them. Or if there were, or if the connection between you two was toxic, or the interactions between the two of you are toxic, I think that this person either deliberately removed themselves from the situation because they recognize that, or in hindsight, they've recognized where their behaviors were toxic or where they needed to improve. Like, this is somebody who's always recognizing that it takes two to tango, and that they play a role in things just as much as somebody else does. In fact, honestly, this person feels like the polar opposite of what pile 2 was, if I'm being completely honest. Pile 2 is a doozy, so if you felt drawn to that one, that'll be interesting. But this literally feels like the polar opposite of what pile 2 is. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that, like, based on the two, like, this is very different. Now, when it comes to how you met them, we have the 11th house and friends. So this is Aquarius energy. So you met them through people of some kind, a collective. So you could have met them through mutual friends. You could have met them through a group that you belong to. So this could be like a social group. This could be like activism of some kind. This could be school. Because the 11th house talks about the collective. But I also think there's something about this person that unsettled you from the moment you met them. And for some of you, I think this is really interesting. I feel like this has been like, you've known this, not a lot has happened between you and this person in the physical world, but there's so much energy shared between you two. Or you do have history with this person, but not a lot has happened in like the recent past or present. Like you may not be talking to this person right now, or things may not be progressing with this person. But I would say that this person loves you. Like, they have a lot of love for you, or they literally do love you. I don't know if they're in love with you, because it seems like, because there's a difference between in love and loving someone. This person loves you, but they're not in love with you. Unless you're already in a romantic relationship and they've said that, then disregard what I say. But I think that this is somebody who loves you. But I don't think that they're around you right now, because the fact that we have starfish, the heart chakra, and this card that says, I forgive myself for avoiding people and situations that may make me uncomfortable. If this person makes you uncomfortable, feelings mutual, buddy. They also are uncomfortable with how they feel about you. I think this person likes to think of themselves as like more rough and tough and heartless than they really are. I actually think this person is kind of a teddy bear, and they like to think that, like, they'd like to think that they're like a ninja star, and like they're Patrick Star. Like they're not as tough as they think they are. They're not as mean and bad as they think they are. They really kind of conflate their negative qualities a lot, which is just like, what are you doing? Like, but you know, that's them. But there's so much green energy here. Like, this person has so much love for you. And I do think that if you're not talking to them, or they're not talking to you, whatever, I do think that they may be avoiding you, or avoiding, if you live in different places, they could be avoiding the place that you live in, or they could be avoiding places that they know you frequent, or places that they know where they would see you, because they're kind of afraid of facing you, is what it kind of seems like. Or it does kind of seem like this person, out of fear, avoids you. And I think that if there's been difficult things that happened with you both in the past, like with this Venom card here, I feel like this person has turned a new page, turned a new leaf, and they've healed a lot of that. And if you've been around them since like difficult things happened, I think that they've made that clear to you, but maybe you both haven't had like a deep, you haven't had a heart-to-heart with this person. And I think maybe that's something that they really want, but something that they don't want to push onto you. Because even with the starfish, like, you know, there's no face on here. I don't know. I don't know what a starfish's face technically, I don't know anything about starfish anatomy. So if you're gonna school me in the comments about starfish anatomy, like, thanks, but I don't know, I'm sorry. There's no face on here though. There's no animal looking face, you know, with two eyes and the nose and the mouth. So it kind of seems like this person is silent and just kind of doing their own thing. But the starfish talks about being very physically attractive, alluring, beautiful. So you could think this person is really beautiful. You could see them as just very attractive. You could see them as out of your league. Or maybe this is somebody who also, like, they're a very attractive person and maybe they're always around very attractive people, or like they attract a lot of attention even if they're not trying to. So like this person, for some of you, like maybe this person has a following of some kind, like maybe on social media, or maybe they're a legit star, maybe they're Patrick Star, maybe they're a celebrity, I don't know. But they could also just be like well known within their circle, or even if they're not well known, it kind of seems like they turn heads where they go. And I think that's honestly not as much about their, it's less, they are very physically attractive is what Spirit's telling me, but their aura and their energy is a hell of a lot more alluring than their physical attractiveness is. But not everyone necessarily like sees that or realizes that that's what they're picking up on. Like, anyone can be beautiful, and I think that this person, like, objectively, physically is, with this starfish card coming out here. But this person, they have, like, the je ne sais quoi. Like, they have that something that people can't put their finger on. And I think what they have is a lot of compassion and love and light for others. This is a genuinely kind human being. But you know how, like, people might unfairly project their assumptions onto this person because they are physically attractive, or because they I just heard pretty privilege. So like people could think that this person gets things easily because of their looks, or one thing that I'm seeing though is that maybe the starfish card is a lot about like surface level energy. So maybe once again, I feel like you haven't been able to dive deep with this person and have a true heart to heart with them, in a sober way, at least. Like if you've talked to this person about your feelings with them, it definitely has been either while you both are under the influence, or at a time when you couldn't really address things fully. And maybe you only see this person when you're around a lot of friends, and so maybe this person doesn't feel comfortable to be their true self, and so they do kind of just put up a mask or a facade, like just to, you know, blend in and not really stand out. But when it comes to how they act towards you, I feel like they've been nothing but loving towards you, unless you both were in an argument or going through something difficult, which in that case, you know, I think that was either worked through, or it wasn't something that this person held on to. Like, I feel like even if there's difficult things that have happened between you and this person in the past, the love that they have for you, and let me be clear, I feel like for some, this person doesn't even understand why they have so much love for you. Like, they don't understand why. Like, I just heard, like, if it were anybody else but pile 4, like, they wouldn't have been so forgiving, or they wouldn't have been so, like, willing to look the other, I'm not willing to look the other way, but, like, willing to look beyond the past, or willing to look beyond how they've been hurt. It's you, pile 4, like, and even here, like, there's the heart chakra is like number 4. Like, they can't help but, like, they have a soft spot for you. And I think that because they have a soft spot for you, they avoid you because, one, I think they're afraid of rejection, but we'll get into that. 2, you could have rejected this person in the past, or you could have or things just didn't work out. I feel like there's a lot of misunderstandings between the two of you. And I think in terms of like how you met, since you met through other people, I also think that other people had a lot to do with how this connection played out. Like, I feel like there's a lot of miscommunication that happened between the two of you. You may have projected beliefs onto one another, because with this starfish card here, for them to show up as this starfish but then have this deep, beautiful heart energy, it's like you may have, when you're around them, you may have been fearful of them because you weren't sure what was authentic. Like, are they pretending to be loving? Are they pretending to love you, or pretending to give you love, or pretending to have sweet feelings for you? And are they really just, you know, being vapid and trying to figure out what they can get from you or how they can benefit from you? Are they really just shallow? And I just heard looks can be deceiving. So maybe you felt like this person was too attractive to be, to have a decent personality. You know, I think the kind of a truth of life is that South Park talks about this. I won't say this as a truth. I'll say South Park says this as a truth. You know, people that are just pretty privileged is a thing. And, you know, people that don't have to work for people to like them typically don't really develop much of a personality. And then later in life, when their looks fade, all that's left is the personality of a wet carrot, as the ghost of Abraham Lincoln would say. And if you're like, what are you talking about, ASO? I will say, watch South Park. The specific episode is The List. What season? Maybe 11 or 13, but it's at the end. I can't remember what season, but it's called The List. It's such a funny episode. And I think that this person was not always viewed as conventionally attractive. Like, they could have been an ugly duckling growing up and they kind of grew into themselves. I don't think that this person views themselves as attractive, which is interesting. Because even like calling them attractive, I felt some resistance to saying that, and it's not, but Spirit was like, no, that's accurate. Like, you need to say that. And it's not, because this person's energy is resistant to that, but you very much pick up on it. So one way where you and this person don't see eye to eye is you may have been valuing their looks and valuing what was on the surface much more than what you were feeling and intuiting, because this person is kind of the opposite. They're all about what they can feel and intuit, and a lot less about what they can see up front. But the difficult thing is that sometimes they miss important things, or sometimes this person misses red flags or is looking at things through rose-colored glasses because they have so much compassion and love that they want to give to others that they don't see how that love can be taken advantage of. So with this 11th house here, this person could have been triggering to you. And I think the reason why they may have been triggering to you is they may have shone a light onto you and shown you everything about yourself that you don't like, or everything about yourself that is poisoning you. And you may have felt like this person's presence in your life was making your life worse. But I think what you may have not realized is that this person was not doing anything intentionally, first of all. In fact, I feel like a lot of your intense feelings about them, or your intense, or the intense things that have happened between the two of you, were neither of you like doing something extreme, but either the people around you creating miscommunication or chaos. Because I do feel like with the Venom here, part of the toxicity has nothing to do with either of you, but everything to do with the environments that you've been in. So maybe, I mean, the 11th, this card coincides with the 3 of Cups. So you could have met this person partying. You could have met this person, like, you definitely met them through either mutual friends, or like destiny played a part in you two meeting each other, because this person has healed so much from meeting you, and from they've learned a lot. Like, this person would not be who they are now if they hadn't met you, is the vibe that they're getting me. And they have so much love for you, and they really care about you to the point where they're like afraid of you. Like, they don't want to come around you because they don't know what they'll do. Like, they don't want to look stupid. And I think this person doesn't know where they stand. So they're kind of just hanging out. They're just kind of being a starfish. And I think it's even interesting too with this heart chakra. We have another star here. And so I think that this person hopes for the best, but expects nothing. And just in terms of how they act towards you, I feel like you either see this person on social media, and maybe you feel like they send you love or you feel love from them, I would say the last time they were around you, they were probably very loving towards you. They probably were very happy to see you and very like, they could have looked really good. Maybe you always see them when they look really good, which if you see them when you're going out, that would make sense. But even with this 11th house, like this has to do with the collective. So, I mean, you could have met this person in any sort of way. But I do think that neither of you had the opportunity to give this connection a fair chance in a way that wasn't tainted by outside opinions and perceptions. I think maybe if this person was involved with your friend group, this person could be avoiding everybody in that friend group or just avoiding all that in general because maybe they were aware of some toxicity or they felt like they weren't welcome in your circle, or they feel like if they were wanted, they would be asked to be there. Because I feel like this person would be happy to, the vibe that I'm getting from this person is that they are giving you space because they feel like that's what you want and they don't want to intrude or be a burden or stifle you or suffocate you or anything like that. But the vibe that I'm getting in terms of how you perceive them is that you see them as more surface level, but at the same time really loving. And so that might be very confusing for you, especially when this person doesn't come around for months at a time or you don't interact with them for long periods of time because you don't have enough time to figure out who they are. I don't think that you and this person have spent enough one-on-one time together, if I'm being honest. And I think I feel like if this is somebody that you want to have in your life, the only thing stopping you and this person from being in one another's lives in whatever way you want it is a heart-to-heart. Because I think that even if this person this person just loves you. So I feel like all they want is for you to be in their life in some way because they feel that you add to it. So let's talk about their true energy towards you, because you're partially correctly picking up on their energy. You're feeling that heart energy, but at the same time, you may be confused. They may also have really shallow friends as well, or like just the environments that you're in, this person doesn't feel comfortable to be super deep, because I think they have the ability to do that. But let's talk about their true energy towards you, because this is just beautiful. I think one thing that makes this person sad is that they never had the opportunity to show you the type of person they truly were. I mean, the beaver energy is such a beautiful energy. It's loyal, it's hardworking. Let me just read it from the book. That will get it. Where's the book? Okay. Beaver. And these are all water energies, by the way. So Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces placements. This person could have them or they could be significant. They don't have to have those placements. But with the water being here on both sides, like this person definitely has significant feelings for you. For sure. With all this heart energy, like forget about it. Like so blatant and so upfront. I don't think this person could hide their love for you if they tried. So I think that they stopped. Like they play it cool the best that they can. And beyond that, they're just like, you know, whatever. Like this is, I think one thing that this person learned was that like them holding back their like love or affection or the compassion that they have for you was more so their ego just being afraid of rejection. And so I think even now they can't help but just be good to you. Like they just adore you. Okay, so let's talk about the beaver. Hard worker, loyal, tireless, family first. The beaver personality is a welcome sight. These good-natured and dependable creatures have infinite love and enthusiasm for family and express it by way of the earth element, by providing a home, financial stability. Although a beaver doesn't usually initiate a project, once started, they'll work steadily for weeks, months, or years to see it through. The beaver card appears when the task at hand requires your long-term steady effort. It can also signify that it's time for some selfless service. So, this energy coming through, this starfish energy, this shallow, beautiful, alluring energy, it is nothing more than what they are on the surface. Like they are physically attractive to you, or you deem them as beautiful. But there's so much more than that. They're not just a pretty face or a lack of face. You know, with this beaver card here, I read it because I think it's important to know that this person, I don't think that this person is ever going to give up on you. I think that this person is always going to have hope that you'll trust them one day. I think that this person, with the victory card being in reverse here, I think that this person doesn't take action towards you or towards the connection because they are afraid of failure. They're afraid of things going poorly. And I feel like this person feels like they've already failed you in some way. So whether they've been rejected by you in the past, or whether they feel like pursuing you wouldn't be worth their time, or that they feel like that's not something that you want, or they definitely think like if they knew that they would be victorious, they would totally make a move towards you. But because they don't, they don't want to be, they're honestly, they're already kind of defeated when it comes to this connection. And I think that they've just reached a hell of a lot of peace about this. Like, they're always going to be loyal to you. They see you as a part of their family or their soul family. So like even if this is like a romantic thing, this person is not petty. Like, they definitely are not the type of person who is just going to try to make you jealous or things like that. Like, this is somebody who really cares about the people in their life. You can count on them. You can trust them. They will be loyal to you. And I think that this person has always been this way, but maybe you have been afraid of giving them that opportunity to be loyal or to be dependable, because it might have been painful for you if they didn't, and it turned out that they were shallow. And so I think one thing that Spirit wants you to know is that you may have not given this person enough credit, or you may have not given this person the chance or the space to show you who they are. And maybe one reason why they pulled back is because they felt like if they can't show you who they are, then what's the point of trying? Like, if you're going to put them in a box, or they're like, for example, if they're only able to see you when you're both out, or when you're both around other people, this person's definitely going to feel defeated because they know that they can't be their authentic selves. Like, I think more than anything, what this person wants is to be able to have a heart-to-heart and just be honest with you. Because there's a healthy level of detachment, I feel, on both ends here, where you both are realistic. This person is realistic, and they recognize where they've messed up within this connection. They recognize the habits that they've needed to heal, and they've done a lot of healing, and they've healed a lot, not only when it comes to like this connection, but with themselves. So like, if there's shit that went down here, like, they've healed from that. Like, they're not holding on to resentment towards you about it. So if you feel like that's the case, you might need to ask yourself if you're just holding on to resentment about what happened. Because I feel like this person isn't anymore. It's like they've surrendered. They've accepted defeat here, and they've accepted that they can't control this situation. All they want is for this situation to be good, and to remove any bad energy that may remain, and do their best to make this a healing connection. I feel like this connection has been very healing for them no matter what. They've learned a lot, and they've overcome a lot of issues within themselves. Doesn't mean that they're entirely gone, but this person would not be who they are if they hadn't met you, and that's something that they want you to know. And in fact, even if you both have been apart for a long time, their love for you has only grown in that amount of time. And it's like, and I think that this person has surrendered to the fact that like they've been through the good and the bad with you, or they've been through just the bad with you and hoped for the good and never saw it. But even despite that, their love for you hasn't gone anywhere. In fact, they've just grown, and their love for themselves has grown. I think that's a big thing, that their self-love is so much bigger. And that's a huge reason as to why they can so freely give out this love, you know, especially if y'all went through some messy times, or there was some like separations and you were brought back together for whatever reason, and this person wasn't like trying to bring that up or trying to cause a fight, it's because this person doesn't want to argue with you. This person doesn't want there to be bad times between you. This person doesn't want to argue with you. This person wants to have a good time with you. This person loves being around you. They love you. Like, they love you. They love being around you. They find your connection very healing. They see themselves in you. And like they said, they would not be themselves if they would not be who they are now if it weren't for you. And they're very grateful for everything that you've taught them, not just the good, not just the bad. They're grateful for all of it. And I think one thing that they want you to know is that if you don't see them or that you feel like they avoid you, you're absolutely correct about that. But that's only because, one, they don't want to be pushy. Two, I mean, like, this person has the quintessential energy of, if you love something, let it go. And if it's meant for you, it will come back. And so I feel like this person is in that energy of, if I try to force this situation, it is not going to create the outcome that I want. So I am just going to be patient. I'm going to keep growing and keep prioritizing what's important to me. But this person's love for you hasn't gone anywhere. It's just that they are not going to invest energy into something if the other person isn't interested. And I think that, honestly, this person is dying to talk to you, but the vibe that I get, the way that they're explaining it to me is like, either you're not open to communicating with them, or just communication right now is hard. But I really think that more than anything, all they want is an opportunity to tell you how they truly feel, or give you their truth. They want a heart to heart is the vibe that I'm getting. So, okay, let's see what they're thinking about now, because I definitely think that this person, despite how much love that they have for you, I do think that they still struggle with their self-love, for sure. Because, I mean, the fact that their energy came through and they were like, well, I don't necessarily see myself as physically attractive. Like, this person does. Like, this person definitely, they don't see their full worth. And I think that maybe they put you on a pedestal and maybe you put them on a pedestal. And that's something that you're both healing. But more than anything, this person's big heart and the love that they have for you is not a facade or a manipulation tactic to get you to do what they want. They genuinely just love you. They genuinely just want the best for you, and they genuinely just want you to be in their life in any way that you'll allow them to. But I think because of the intensity of what's going on between the two of you, or like the intensity of feelings, they may recognize that maybe y'all just need to be apart, or like, I feel like this person is like in this energy of, I would love to be more than friends, but I would be super happy with just being friends, because this person loves you like unconditionally. I'm gonna be honest, like, because what I keep hearing from them is like, all they want is for you to be happy. And if you're happier without them in your life, then they respect that, because their own satisfaction of and happiness of being in your life is not worth it if you don't want them to be there. And so they may believe right now that you don't want them to be there, or that they would just be making your life more difficult. I do feel like this person is really hard on themselves. And I think that if you rejected this person in the past, they're going to be way too sensitive or afraid to put themselves out there again, because it's like they've already struck out once, you know? And like I feel like they have put themselves out there a bit more than you have. I would say otherwise, I'm reading your energy right now, and you might find your person's energy in a different pile, but I really genuinely feel like if this is resonating as somebody you know, I think that this person, no matter what you may believe, I think that this person has so much more love for you than you think. And I think that this person is a lot more willing to bury the hatchet and just move forward, and would just love to have you in their life in any way that you're comfortable with, more so than anything. But at the same time, like, they're just saying, like, they don't expect anything from you. They don't want anything from you. The only thing that they want is for you to be happy. Like, that's it. And it would make them really happy to have you in their life. But like I said, they would not want that if it didn't make you happy. You know what I mean? So overall, and I think that's why they've been pretty standoffish, is like, they're giving you room to like figure yourself out. And like, it's all with peace and love, I think. But let's see, Spirit, what does, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, the King of Cups. Yeah. So, wow, okay, so we have the King of Cups and we have the Queen of Cups coming out here. So this could be some counterpart energy, or maybe this person believes that the feelings are mutual, but they, which I guess that would be up to you. So if you feel the same way, then I would say the feelings are mutual, because this person thinks that. And I think that this person, with the healing energy coming out, like, they are probably more intuitive than most. So we have the Three of Pentacles in reverse. I just heard Rihanna say, like, you have my heart and we'll never be worlds apart. Okay, yeah, so we have the Six of Cups coming out now. Do I want to shuffle one more, Spirit? No, Spirit wants me to riffle, shuffle, and then pull clarifiers for these. So this person, I think one thing that I think that they hope for it. More than anything, they just hope for it. They hope to be reunited with you. Like, they have such sweet, like, their feelings for you, honestly, are so precious. Like, I understand that this person could come off as intimidating, especially if they are attractive. But I feel like you need to know that this person is like, they don't even look at themselves accurately in terms of attractiveness. So you can't like this person definitely isn't thinking like, well, like, I am only interested in people that are as hot as me and stuff like that. Like, that's not this person's energy in the slightest. Spirit actually wants me to shuffle one more card before I pull clarifiers, though. So what's the last one, Spirit? Aha, the High Priestess in reverse, which that was on the bottom of the deck originally. I guess that one had to come through. Okay, so can you clarify the King of Pentacles for me, please? I mean, King of Cups. So we have the Three of Wands, fulfillment. And how about the Queen of Cups? The Ace of Wands, or bows. So clarifying the Four of Cups in reverse, we have the Knight of Pentacles. How about the Three of Pentacles in reverse, Spirit? Can we clarify that, please? Okay, we have the Devil here. Okay. And then clarifying the Six of Wands, we have the clarifying the Six of Cups, we have the Eight of Wands in reverse. Here's what I will say. If you ever make a tarot deck, like, with peace and love, like, this is my request, it is so much easier to just write cups and swords and pentacles instead of having to remember anytime I want to use a different tarot deck, what crystals mean in this deck, or what, you know, vessels is easy, but like, what the fuck is bows? Like, listen, I'm being picky, but it's the fourth reading. My brain's getting a little mushy, and like, it would just be nice to have some cohesiveness. So clarifying the Seer in reverse, we have the Queen of Swords in reverse, and we have the Six of Wands in reverse. You see how long that fucking took me? It's because they're bows and arrows. Like, how about just swords and fucking wands? Like, it's... Anyway, on the back of the deck, we have the Eight of Stones instead of the Eight of Pentacles. I love this deck, but like, fucking come on. Like, it's just easier. Anyway, this person is definitely minding their own business and staying in their own lane. They're focusing on their career, they're focusing on them, but there's honestly not a day where you don't pass through their mind. In fact, it's kind of interesting. Like, I almost see this King and Queen of Cups to be both of their energies, like, because they did show up as two emotions cards, and I think that just goes to show how sure they are of their feelings for you, and how kind of balanced and how strong they are in their truth about this. So starting with the King of Cups, this person, they are just constantly loving you from a distance. And like, I think that they've surrendered to the fact that like they're always gonna have love for you, and like they always just want the best for you. And so it's kind of like, as they go about their life, you know, expanding their horizons and doing different things, they have you in the back of their mind. And I think one thing, like if this person goes on vacation, or like, especially if it's a beach for some reason, I guess it doesn't have to be a beach, but that's like the vibe that I got. I feel like whenever this person is traveling or doing new things, they always wish that you were there with them, or they think about like how you would react to something, or whether you would like it or not. Like, they think about you a lot. Like, and honest, I don't want to expose this person, but they think about you a lot, and not in like a creepy stalkerish way, but like oh, I wish they were here with me, or oh, I know they like XYZ, I bet they would love this, or I wonder how they'd feel about this, or like, you know, just different things like that. Like they just wish that they could enjoy more of life with you. I think one thing that you may not realize about this person is that even though they're coming through as somebody with a really big, compassionate heart, they really value intellect. And I think your intellect is something that they adored, because you help them see things in a different way beyond how they perceive things. And that was really helpful and powerful for them. But moving forward with the Queen of Cups being clarified by the Ace of Wands, I feel like this person is tapped into your energy. Like, either you both are connected energetically, or they do tap into your energy at times, because they like, you know, want to know how you're doing, and like, you know, they just want to see what's up. So I wouldn't be shocked if they like, which I guess like this doesn't have to be conscious. So they could just like think of you or something like that and not know why, but it may be because you're both picking up on one another. I think if they see people that look like you in public, or they hear your name, like they get butterflies, or like their stomach drops, like still, like I don't know if they tell people about their feelings for you, but they definitely like, their love for you is something that is instinctual, but they also recognize as irrational. And I don't think that it's literally irrational, because I do think there's probably like a deeper soul tie here. But it would be easier for me to see that if I was looking at both of you, because by all means, you could have no feelings for this person, and they could have all the feelings. But I definitely think that this person, at the very least, believes that to a degree the feelings are reciprocal, because I think that you both can pick up on the intensity here, and it's a lot. But for this person, I think that you're like a creative muse to them. So they like, you know, may create things like with you in the back of their mind, or they may just find that after knowing you exist, it's like this person doesn't want to give their heart to anyone else, not because like they're waiting for you, but only because they haven't found anyone yet that compares to what your connection felt like. You know, with the Four of Vessels in reverse of the Knight of Pentacles, they're not waiting around for you. Like, they're not sitting and waiting for you to show up at their door and sweep them off their feet. They stopped waiting for you to make a move, or waiting for something to change a long time ago. But they definitely hope that something will change. Because I do think, like, you know, there's nobody that has, like, come in this person's direct, like, nobody has made this person, like, nobody has made this person feel the way that you've made them feel. And I think that this person really needs that emotional investment. This is not somebody who can be in a relationship or be involved with somebody just because there's a lot of passion or just because they're attracted to them. Like, it's so much deeper for this person. And so I think one thing that they struggle with is that they feel like, you know, like they're ready to level up in some way, but they're kind of waiting for it to happen, which is interesting because I said, like, they're not waiting for you. So I think that they're just waiting for an opportunity to level up. I do think that they fantasize about you coming forward in some way, whether it's to offer them something, or if you have, like, a really important career, or, like, what is it? If you have a really important career, or you're in school, or you're starting your own business, or you do have your own business, I think that this person assumes that you're really busy with that, and they assume that, like, that's what you're spending most of your time on. And truthfully, I think that this person is really busy as well. It kind of seems like they've got their own shit going on, especially with the devil or the guardian being here. But if they were given a way to fix this, they would hop on it immediately, but also do it in a way that's solid and not, and like they're building the foundations of their life right now. They're planning the foundations of their life right now. And I think they're honestly not very happy with life right now, not because their life is bad, but just because nothing exciting is happening. And I feel like there are good things in this person's life, but they don't have anyone to share it with. And it's like the people that they could share it with either wouldn't appreciate it as much, or this person, I guess, maybe just wishes they could share it with you. And maybe they're kind of having, like, a very one-track mind, where they might think that they could only have fun if they're with you, or that, like, they could only, like, a certain experience could only be top tier if you were with them. But I do think that this person is just, like, kind of bored with life right now, and thinking about your connection or thinking about you is exciting to them. And so it might be something that they hope for. But with the Three of Pentacles in reverse, clarified by the Devil, both of these are work cards. So one thing that I'm feeling is that this person feels like they've done all they can in terms of, like, putting in work towards this connection. Either they feel like you're not willing to work with them, or you're not in a place to be open to them. And so I think that this person recognizes that they feel blocked from you. They feel restricted from you, but at the same time, they feel tethered to you. Like, they can't get near you, but they can't get away from you. And I think that that's something that is difficult for them. With this Three of Pentacles here, it's like, more than anything, I feel like this person just wants a solution. Like, they either want to work on a way to, like, move above and beyond this, or find a way to work through it. I feel like they would much rather work through it than move past it, because I feel like this person definitely, they want to see this situation through, but I think Spirit has made them aware of the fact that, like, they can't force anything, and so they need to just continue being. So I think one thing is that they maybe one thing that's difficult as well is that, like, if you both are really focused on your work, like, it's kind of hard to for the universe to create opportunities for you to run into each other. For example, if you're I'm sorry, my brain is starting to go to mush town. If you're fuck, what, I just lost my train of thought. with the Three of Pentacles here with the Devil, I think that they've grown a lot. And one thing that I know for a fact with this Guardian card being here, like they've been, whatever went down between the two of you really like opened this person's eyes to the things that they needed to work on. And so I think one thing that they think about is the fact that they wish they could find a solution to work with you in whatever way that may be, in order to create a friendship, in order to create like just a harmonious like acquaintanceship where you send each other memes occasionally. Like this person just feels very protective over this connection, and I don't think that they're going to let go of it, because honestly I think they feel tethered to it in a way like where they couldn't control it if they tried to. Now with the Six of Cups clarified by the Eight of Wands in reverse, I think that if the only thing stopping this person from taking action towards a reunion is they don't want to take action towards something and put a ton of effort and energy into it only for the end goal not to happen. So like I think that if this person knew that they could run into you in a way where they could get you alone and talk to you and have like a very positive, sweet, welcoming reunion with you, like I feel like they would orchestrate that, but they're too afraid to like talk about that. And it was honestly, what's really interesting is that like there's not a lot of communication energy here. So like this person doesn't feel safe to communicate with you, whether that's because you either don't respond to them or maybe you block them. For some of you, for others, they could just feel like they need to give you space, or that they're too afraid to introduce communication. But I do think that like with this Eight of Wands being reversed here, it's like the only thing stopping them from not taking action towards you is the fact that they don't know if you want this reunion, or they don't know what they're supposed to do. So I think what they're doing right now is just surrendering and trusting that if this reunion between the two of you is meant to happen, it will, but they're not taking action to create it. I think that if there was like a surefire way to know like this person would absolutely like set up a plan to reunite with you if you both like talked about it, but they may be too afraid to, like with that victory card coming out in reverse, I feel like this person is too afraid to even contact you because they would view you as like leaving them on red, or not wanting to see them as like, I wouldn't say that they would take it super personally, but like they already feel defeated, and it's like you're one of their favorite people in the entire world, and which may be surprising if you haven't known them. Like if you, like it may not make sense to either of you, but like this person can't help but just love you. I feel like they don't even understand it, and so they've just stopped trying to understand why, and they've surrendered to the fact that that's the truth of how they feel. And instead of just wondering, why am I chained to this, why is this a thing, they're just like, it's a thing, I guess. Like I don't fully understand it, I don't fully get it, but I hope that everything works out here because I really care about this person. This person really loves you. And like this can totally be a platonic love. This doesn't have to be like a love. But I don't even think it's a love. Like I think this person just loves you. Like they have unconditional love for you, in the sense that like, especially if this person is not your family, like honestly it's really powerful and like really intense. And so it's understandable why that might be why it just might be a lot of energy for the both of you. But yeah, I don't think that like this person is definitely not in their ego when it comes to you, like, but their ego still does make them afraid to reach out because, you know, they don't want to be rejected. But there could be a part of them that feels like you're not, I feel like they're waiting for you to reach out to them. Like they're waiting for you to make a move. And I think that's because either the ball is literally in your court, this person has made moves towards you that either you haven't reciprocated or something like that. Like I feel like this person at the very least believes that they have put out enough information and enough vibes to hopefully get you aware that like they would still be open to seeing you, or like they want more here, or they still, or like that they miss you or something like that. I think it's gonna be different for everyone. I'm sorry, my brain is starting to get to the point where we're like we're heading into the danger zone. But essentially with the High Priestess in reverse here, clarified by the Six of Wands in reverse and the Queen of Swords in reverse, partially they're afraid that you for some, there could be an ex in your past that they could be afraid you're still involved with, or could be afraid to like interact with you because like there could be bad juju from that person, and they could have sent this person bad juju before. So that could be a very real reason as to why this person isn't reaching out to you. If you feel like, if you reach out to them and they haven't reached out to you and you don't understand why they haven't like responded to you, is because they could think that there's somebody that's not safe for. There could be someone around you that makes them feel unsafe. It doesn't even have to be someone that you're dating. It could be an ex or something like that. Or they could just have the fear that ex is still around. Like there's somebody either in your life currently or that was in your life in your past that this person did not feel safe around, or felt like this person was targeting them, or was sending them bad energy in some way. And this person would know that, at being a healer, like you pick up on vibes. So I think that they like definitely had some sort of like, oh, see, here's the thing. It's not that that's the reality, because I feel like for a lot of you, it's probably not. I think it's more so this person's fear, and then them being hyper aware, them being hypersensitive to any malefic energy. I feel like this person is very afraid of bad energy. And I feel like what they want more than anything is to move to clearer waters with you, but they recognize that it's out of their control for whatever reason, either because you're unwilling or the universe is literally blocking it. Maybe you both are willing, but neither of you want to reach out, and so you're in a stalemate. Or maybe you both want something to change, but for whatever reason, Spirit's blocking the both of you because you got lessons to learn. I mean, sometimes both of you can want something and it still doesn't happen because Spirit's like, nah, not yet, or nah, you gotta do this first. So I think that this person honestly uses their work as an excuse to escape thinking about you, but I do think that they just kind of are staying in their own lane, doing their own thing, kind of trying to escape how they feel, not escape how they feel about you. Maybe they do escape. They could use work as an escape, but like with this Eight of Cups in reverse with the Six of Swords upright, like they're not gonna move on from you because there's nothing to move on from. Like there's no harrowing circumstances that this person now needs to heal from. There's no your connection to this person is not just a culmination of events. It's something that like is deeper and goes beyond this lifetime. And so I think this person is recognizing that they can't really get over you. They can't really get over this and just move beyond it and pretend like it doesn't matter. And they do hope that things will get better here. And they are more than willing to put in the effort to do that. But they're kind of just staying in their own lane and working on themselves because they don't want to stifle you. They don't want to stress you out. And I think that they're very afraid of failure in this situation. I think they're very afraid of taking any sort of action that will drive you further away from them or make you think that their intentions are not pure. Like I feel like they're very afraid of being perceived as somebody with shittier intentions than they really have. And I think that's kind of the sad thing, that this person really does have such a big heart and has nothing but pure energy. But I think people are suspicious, which understandably so, because it's hard to trust people. Like people like this aren't very common. I mean, usually people usually do have ego, and people aren't always very like compassionate and kind. Like this is a special breed of human, I would probably say. And like, you know, they're probably like a light worker or something like that. But, you know, I think that when it comes to situations that they have a lot of emotional investment in, they're not able to discern clearly what is the truth or not. And so instead of taking action and messing this situation up either again or more, or driving you further from them, they just love you from a distance and go about their life because they don't really know what else to do. That makes me kind of sad. I feel sad for this person. But at the same time, like, they have this energy. I literally just heard Jason Derulo in my head say, like, don't cry for me. Like, this person is not sad. Like, they're not happy with their life. They're maybe not happy with where this connection is, but overall, this person has a really happy and fulfilling life. This honestly seems to be like the one thing that they could say, like, they wish was better. But they're doing them and they're focusing on them. And I think more than anything, like, what do they think about you? They love you. Like, that's what they think. They wonder what you're doing. They think about you on special days, like on holidays. They wonder how you're doing. They wonder if you're having a good time. Sometimes I think they worry about you. They hope that you're safe. They hope that you're, the people around you are taking care of you and are being kind to you. I feel like this person is really protective of you, even if they're not around you. So they may, like, send their guides to be around you. They may, like, do, like, protection spells for you or something like that. Like, this person really cares about your safety. Like, they maybe worry about it a lot. But for others, I definitely just get the vibe that this person, like, this is a sacred connection to this person. And I think that they're always just going to have some sort of loyalty to you. Like, it's impossible for them not to, because they love you. That's it. They love you, like, point blank. Like, I've said that they love you in a lot of difficult ways, but, like, to put it bluntly, like, they love you, and, like, they, more than anything, they just want you to be happy and live a good life. But I think that they always have hope that their presence will factor in somewhere in that, whether it's just being your friend or something more. Obviously, if this is family, it wouldn't be something more, but let's get some advice for you, because once again, heavy energy. And it's not heavy energy in the sense that, like, there's a lot of pain. It's just heavy energy in the sense that I feel like this person just wants to talk about this, but they don't even know what they would say. So, like, they're not even thinking about having a heart-to-heart because, like, they don't even know where your heart lies. Like, they don't even know how they would get there. Like, they don't even know what they don't know. All they know is that they love you. And all they know is that they're not going to force anything, because it seems to them like these events are either outside of both of your controls, or the status of this connection lies within your control, or the ball is in your court, is the vibe I'm getting. But let's go ahead and get some messages for you now. I do want to say, though, if you feel like this sounds like you, or feel free to check out a different pile and see if your energy is there, because there definitely is another pile where I could see, like, this energy being flip-flopped, but then the other two piles are, like, so different. Like, they don't even have anything to do with romance. So if you were drawn to more than one pile, there's likely a reason for it. There's likely a separate message in it for you. But Spirit, what advice do you have for pile 4? We have awakening. I'm so glad that didn't go into the fire. Like, good shit, man. Awakening, energetic upgrades, a new way of being, integration. So it does seem like the energy could be changing for you quickly, but maybe this is a connection that this person has been aware of for a while, but maybe you're just awakening to it. Maybe this is something that you were running from, or maybe this is something that you didn't fully understand, or you felt like you couldn't trust this person. And I do want to say, like, you don't need to feel guilty for, you know, past events, because first of all, if any difficulties have occurred between the two of you, this person has healed and forgiven you. Even if they haven't told you that they've forgiven you, I do think that they have. And I think more than anything, they just want to bury the things of the past and you know, wipe the slate clean, move forward from that shit. Or if there weren't a lot of difficult things that went down between the two of you, maybe you just weren't, like, aware of the connection, or maybe you just were afraid. But I think you're starting to awaken to your own truth. And I think Spirit is saying that over time, you're going to awaken more. But we also have Mintaken, longing for home, belonging, the original light workers. So I think that you also have spiritual abilities, and I also think that you are probably a light worker. Now, being a light worker is not something that you're like born doing. It's a choice. You can literally do anything and be a light worker. Literally all being a light worker is just being consciously aware of the energy you emit and just trying to bring more light to the world and trying to reduce the amount of darkness you add to it. I think that this person, you feel like home to them, and you may find that you feel the same way. You could both be starseeds, and maybe that's something, because Aquarius energy is very black sheepy energy. So maybe one thing that you both bond over is being a little bit different, a little bit weird. Maybe even if you met this person in a large crowd, like they really stood out from the crowd, like they were really different in some way. But I definitely think that Spirit is saying, I would look into your starseed ancestry. I am going to be doing a starseed reading soon, so be on the lookout for that. But also, I definitely think that Spirit is asking you not to push away the people that feel like home, and to be open to the idea of letting someone love you, because not everybody that wants to love you wants to hurt you. Like, this person has a very healthy understanding of love. You know, if their love was conditional, then they would only be sending you love if you gave them what they wanted, or if you were interested in what they wanted. But this person sends you love not because they think they'll get anything back. They send you love because they love you. They send you love because I think that you feel like home to them. And I think that you resonate with them in a way that not a lot of people do. And so even though it might seem weird as fuck to you that this person like cares so much about you or feels such a strong resonance with you, I think that their soul knows something deep down that maybe yours is just discovering. And while this may defy logic, I think that this person may be onto something. Like I definitely think this person is integral, and at the very least, even if there's not meant to be something deeper between the two of you, or if that's not something you want, I do think that this person is meant to play a role in helping you discover the truth of your soul origins. But we also have Leap. You go first, the universe will catch you. So I think Spirit is saying that if you've been thinking about taking any action towards this person, Spirit is definitely encouraging you to do that. Spirit is really saying, like, even if it's not direct action towards this person, maybe if it's like doing something that could, even if it has nothing to do with this connection, if there's something that you've been wanting to go after or wanting to do, I think Spirit is encouraging you to do that. But we also have Warrior Woman. Have you answered your deepest calling? So I think Spirit is saying that if this is something, obviously you don't have to be a woman for this to resonate, but if this connection is still calling to you, if this person is still calling to you, ask yourself, why haven't you answered that call? Or could you fight for this more? Like, I feel like this person, neither of you really tried to fight for it, but I feel like maybe this person was more upfront. The only reason why I feel that way is because all of that heart energy came through and all that loving energy came through, and it just was further reiterated here. So unless you were, I think that if you were equally that forthcoming, this situation wouldn't be where it is right now. So I think that's why Spirit's kind of like saying, hey, you know, ball's in your court, but don't dim to fit in. How are you dimming your light in order to fit in? And so I think one thing about this person is that they definitely don't dim their light to fit in, or they're learning not to anymore. And maybe they still do it a little bit, but I think that this person, I think you like this person because they're weird, and I think they like you because you're weird. I think they like you. I think you both see yourselves in one another. You both see yourselves as different. You both feel like you're watching from the outside rather than truly existing as part of the crowd. I feel like you and this person are both really unique, and I think that Spirit is asking you to embrace more of your uniqueness, because that's going to help you see this person in a more authentic light. Because it's easy to place everyone in a box when we assume everyone's trying to be the same, but I think this person isn't trying to be anyone but themselves, and I think that they don't want you to be anything but yourself. So I think Spirit is asking you not to not to hold back your light, not to hold back your good energy, not to hold back your truth, the truth of who you are. Like, it's not like, if people really, if your light shines too brightly, like, people can put on shades or like close their curtains. They can move. Like, I tell the sun all the time that she's too much for me and that she just needs to calm down. But, you know, what do? I sleep until the sun goes down, and when the sun is up, I close my curtains. You know, I can't change the sun. She needs to be there. She's essential. She's bright. She's a queen. But like, it hurts my eyes, you know? It might hurt some people's eyes to see you standing in your authentic truth, or it might intimidate people to see you standing in your authentic truth. But I think one thing that you may not realize about this person is that you might have felt really uncomfortable around them because you may have believed that they were making you feel like what you were doing was wrong or bad. But I don't think that this person did that at all. In fact, I think they may have illuminated how you poison yourself. So with that healer and venom, they may have illuminated everything that was hurting you, and unintentionally, as a way to show you what needs to heal. I feel like this person is a blessing in disguise, and they've definitely they see you as a blessing. I don't know how you see them, if I'm being honest, but they really think very highly of you. And on the back of the deck, we have take a break. A life's work, not a season. Get off the treadmill. So if you've been look, and once again, we have answer the call. What is your soul calling you to do? So whatever your soul is telling you to do with this situation, do it. But also, you know, don't work yourself to death. You know, make time for fun, take a break, give yourself time to rest, because rest is just as important as work. And we are more productive when we give ourselves ample time to rest. So pile 4, I'm going to move this over to the extended now, where we are going to see who has dirty thoughts about you. So this person could come through, but we could have completely new people. We'll see. This person doesn't seem to be very dirty, but like, who knows? They could be a freak. Like, they might just be holding back right now. So if you're interested in checking out the extended, please come join me over there, because we have a lot of fun. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely fine, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching my ads. If you want to support me in any way, that is the cheapest and easiest way to support me. So thank you to everyone who does that. But if you want to support me in other ways, you can like this video, you can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe, you can send this video to anyone that you want to if you feel called to. You can check out my merch, which will be linked down below. You can also check out my social media. I do a lot of readings on Instagram, and I occasionally get on TikTok, and I shitpost on Twitter. And I think that's all I have. So can't wait to see everybody in the extended who's coming. That will be linked directly underneath the timestamps. But if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting me read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye!